It's
Yeah,
like a punch in
crazy.
the face.
Non-stop
It's
action.
like a
That's right.
punch in the
It's
face.
like,
It's like the grand
it
finale.
is,
Yeah.
it is.
Grand finale
You're
of the
not allowed
show.
to sleep, Mario.
I swear. And what a finale. Not a finale, but this is the finale of a season. So it
A
should be
season, yeah, season finale.
should be a good
That's
one.
right.
Ian, remember you were since day one. Ian was there. Brian, were you there since the first Twitter files we ever did or not? I think you were.
I
No, your
I
account was
think
suspended. No, your account was suspended still.
yeah, you're right. I was there. I think I entered one under my other
NFT
account.
account. Yeah. And then everyone's
Yeah.
asking me, I got so many DMs, Mario, why are you accepting some random NFT accounts and you're at stage? And I'm sitting there explaining, no, these are, they're big accounts on Twitter. They're called the Crescent Stars. They're like, even worse. Yeah, so good to have you, man. I appreciate you giving us the time. Pretty much every time your family's going to kill you and kill me. All right, let me start inviting the crew. Ian
Possible.
and Slayman, you guys are both co-hosts. So I'll be inviting some of the crew members, and Ian, you'll start reading the
Yep.
drop as always. I do want to say that if you can pin the thread or the
Yeah,
Twitter
I'm
files at the
finding
top,
it
that'll be
right
great.
now.
Yeah. And Slayman, maybe in the
Yep.
meantime, while I'm inviting, can you warm up the room? What everyone could expect? Ian is just going to pin the thread, but if you guys could kick it off on what we can expect today,
Oh
and
my God.
yeah,
51. Jeez.
it's going to be a long
Yeah, it's
day.
bigger than that. Cause, yeah, it's going to be a
Large.
long day because basically we had, first we had news that, or which we knew about print beforehand, but that Matt Taiabi and Martin were going to testify in front of Congress. And then we received a 50-so page document detailing what they're actually going to say to Congress, I think about an hour ago, probably less than that, half an hour ago. So we start preparing based on that document and the fact that they're going to testify. And then 20 minutes later, Matt Taiabi produces another Twitter files, which is one of the items within the larger document. So hence the reason for this Twitter space. So we have 3 items, actually. We have Matt Taiabi's new Twitter files release. We have the document that details what they're both going to be saying to Congress. And then we have the live testimony within Congress as well. So, Brian, what are we expecting?
Brian is not the best fan of this, man. He asked the wrong person. Go,
Oh,
Ian, what?
Brian, also, why are you a fan of this, Brian? Why are you anti? Do you not want to know?
Yeah,
Even if
I
you may
actually
disagree with the content.
I'm happy to see everything come out. I think that's important. I would rather see a congressional hearing where they dump all the Twitter files, everything out there, and then both sides of Congress can kind of dive through it and kind of decide what's actually important, rather than just one journalist who has access to what Elon allows him to have access to. So I don't know. I mean, I understand the importance of transparency, but I'd rather to see transparency.
That's a good point. Yeah, I've got actually a quick question for Ian. It's actually a really good point. Never thought of it. We talked about how we were covering live the Tucker Carlson getting the footage from Fox, and we agreed, all of us, including fans of Tucker, that this footage should have been released to everybody. Now, you made a good point. I think it was you, Ian, that made a good point that the Democrat, the committee got the footage first, so Fox getting it, I think it's you, Slayman, Fox getting it first kind of made it balanced out. But with the Twitter files, it's a valid point that wouldn't it be good to release everything open source for everyone to go through? Or no, there's a lot of confidential. There's a lot of confidential information, though.
Oh, sorry, Ian. I'll let you speak.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I don't agree. I think that again we have a scenario where we've had one side of the aisle, and it doesn't matter to me which side it was because I don't really care. But when you've had basically complete censorship, let's be real, by one side of the aisle, I think the other side of the aisle needs to basically propagate their view. Then everything should be open source. I think that way you get a balanced view or outlook in society. Because if this was to be released to the public, my impression, and please correct me if I'm wrong, my impression of US media is that it's very much Democrat heavy, and you only have very like Fox and maybe a few alternative medias who are basically Republican. So again, if you release things to the public when it is something that is contentious like this, I think it should be released specifically to them and then let everyone do it. And you see that by the actions of Democrat-led media, such as my friend Mehdi Hassan and various others, who basically already said it was a nothing burger and basically minimized its impact or its value from day one. So I think this was the right way of doing it. I don't agree with the way it's been done. I feel like when it's been leaked so slowly, people have basically had a bit of fatigue and got a bit bored. So I think it should have been released a lot quicker. So that's the bit where I think this should be improved on.
I think that there's a legitimate argument that Elon can't just release everything, right? Because if he does, there's information out there that people could sue him over. There's information that there's confidentiality agreements and all of that. So I don't think he can just dump everything. But I feel like he could have had attorneys just go through everything over a series of several months and then dump everything that they could legally dump all at once, and just allow any media to sift through it, anybody to sift through it, and come up with your own conclusions. So the way I understand it is that Taiabi and these other journalists that Elon allowed to have access to the data, they have to put in pull requests on the data. So if Taiabi wants to write an article about the FBI's overreach, he has to actually send search terms into Twitter, and then Twitter's team will see what they can release and then release it to him. So there's kind of like two gatekeepers there. You have the gatekeeper of Twitter and Elon, who can say, "Hey, I don't want this released," and then you have the gatekeeper of the journalists who say, "This is what I want. I want to search for FBI overreach. I don't want to search for, say, conversations that Dorsey might have had with Trump, or conversations that were taking place after meetings with Trump, like stuff like that." So that's my biggest gripe. I do think that there's a lot that came out. Some of it I think is a nothing burger. Some of it I think is important, and obviously Twitter did wrong. Obviously the government did wrong in some cases. But I'd like to see more information.
I think there's an issue of urgency as well. I mean, ideally, yeah, you release everything. They go to lawyers and they don't, redact stuff that doesn't need to be redacted and so on, and they put everything in a sort of archive. The problem with that, though, is that the government continues to censor people, right? And a lot of this news is pertinent. I mean, it's happening right now. We wouldn't even be having these hearings right now in Congress. Matt Taibbi wouldn't be giving a deposition or anything if it wasn't for the release of the Twitter files. So there is that sense of urgency there, right? Because the government, make no mistake, is not just sitting on its ass doing nothing, right? I mean, we've seen with the GEC and even more recently with name redacted's own files, right? And we need to go through those, Mario, at some point. They show that, there is an active effort.
Perfect. Yo. I just invited him 2 seconds before you said his name.
Nice. Yeah,
Perfect
there's like an active effort in the government to censor people, right? And they're using this war in Ukraine as a means to to justify that censorship, right? This call it Russian disinformation or whatever. And if it wasn't for the Twitter files release, I mean, I don't think we would even have the Nord Stream files, right? We wouldn't have Seymour Hersh coming out with his reports, and reportedly he's coming out with another report.
But how does that relate to Twitter? How does that relate to the Twitter files, though?
Well, it lends credibility to his report, right? It lends credibility to the understanding now that the government is trying to censor and actively promote disinformation and propaganda. I mean, just 2 days ago, The Intercept released a batch of documents showing that the U.S. SOCOM, that's a special operations, right, special forces, they are using deepfakes, right? They've talked about using deepfakes to manipulate the public with propaganda. And we're talking about the American public here. You're not talking about, foreign governments or anything like that. They're actually actively discussing using propaganda with deepfakes and IoT. So if it wasn't for the Twitter files, I don't think we would have the context of it. It would be, it would be like a bunch of different things happening, but Twitter files are like the missing link, right? We need that as a basis for everything that is going on right now. Like I said, Congress wouldn't be having these hearings if it wasn't for the Twitter files, right? With the Twitter files, we now know that the government has been doing a lot of this overreach that I think should concern everybody, regardless of politics, because I don't think this is a partisan issue. I think that when the government is actively spying on people or censoring people, whether it is about Russia issues or whether it is with Pfizer, like right now, again, like I said, we have these files from last week where Matt Hancock, turns out that he had orchestrated the entire lockdown thing in the UK, and the way that the whole thing was framed was that it's the Hancock files, right? It's the lockdown files in the UK. So Twitter files definitely set the stage for all of this happening.
I do want to do two things. First, Caroline, good to have you. Justin, regular on the show. Two things. I used to do this a lot and I stopped. Speakers and audience members, please tweet about the space, retweet, share it. We used to do this a lot and I forgot. It's been a few weeks. And now that we're doing Twitter files like the old days, I'm starting to remember. So make sure you do that. Also, as you know, we go through the comments. And I've got a question for the audience. Who was there since the first Twitter file? Let me know in the comments. And then who was there in the second or third? I'm genuinely curious. Might bring a couple of you up that were there in the first one to get your thoughts on those early days. But in the meantime, do tweet about the space, retweet the space. We should probably start doing giveaways again for anyone that retweets and promotes the space like we used to a long time ago. I've become complacent, not doing any promotion. Justin, it's going to be an exciting day, man. Good to have you.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I think it should be very eventful. I'll tell you though, I try to set expectations very low. I've been working the last 2 months with staff members from the Select COVID Committee, providing them any information they need on some of the stuff they're looking at, and talking to other people on different committees and just trying to, project some of the data that we have. But I'll tell you, I'm not terribly encouraged by what I've seen so far as these hearings go. I think part of the problem is a lot of the people here on the call, a lot of people on my team have lived this now as part of their lives for the last 3 years. As we always joke about, we've probably forgotten more about COVID than most people know. And so it's always challenging when you have, this sort of level of expectation and knowledge. And then it gets in front of these people in Congress and you're like, well, why didn't you ask this? Why didn't you ask this? So I tend to temper my expectations when these hearings come. I don't know that, we're going to be totally satisfied with the answers that they put out, but I totally trust the folks that are in front of them to get the message out that needs to get there. The second point I just make is just, I think the process of doling out little bits of information to select journalists is probably a little bit problematic, but it's also, just the natural ecosystem that Elon and others are used to. And it provides at least a focused directive on some of this stuff. And it's really interesting. I've heard from when, I think it was the short, sort of pseudo Twitter files that Alex Berenson put out there, had myself listed in there as Scott Gottlieb tried to silence me on Twitter, and it was a very side, sort of marginal mention. But I heard from like 10 different people I went to high school with that, hey, what's this about? Tell me what's going on. And I hadn't talked to them in years, right? It was just a really interesting how very specific channels can have such a large megaphone. And so I think there's actually a sort of a meta case study to be done on the travel of information when it comes to these high case infiltrations. I think also the last point is, Elon is slowly building his sort of influence ecosystem, right? He follows Ian, he follows a few other people, he follows my good friend Jay Bhattacharya, and so it's really fun to see like friends on my team who Jay knows, who he retweets and Elon retweets. That's just we might complain against that. We might say, oh, he's being influenced by 163 people that he actually follows, right? But at the end, that's just the natural course of how things are, in the Twitter world, is you are influenced by the people that you choose to follow. So in some cases, it might be unfair. You might not get your voice out, but just, keep sticking your neck out there for truth and it'll come about. You'll get your day in court.
Cool. Ian, I know you're going to be reading out the Twitter files. We'll probably give it another couple of minutes before we kick things off. We've got Caroline, we've got Freemason. Good to have you.
Let's go to Caroline first, yeah.
Thanks for having me. To Ian's point about this not, this not being an issue that should be political. I think anytime that we are looking at the Constitution just being completely disregarded, these should be the moments where we are not seeing arguing, infighting. We should all be pretty much on the same page. And I think those are the moments that we really need to take advantage of. I think in this country, we've gotten entirely too comfortable with thinking that our only duty as it pertains to politics is voting and then just waiting for the next election cycle. I would encourage everybody to make the most of every Twitter files drop, of every big thread that comes out. Like Name Redacted has been working on some really great threads. And using that information to apply pressure to our publicly elected officials. I think that part of the reason why we are discouraged about what we're seeing in these proceedings is, in these hearings, is that we have not been good enough about applying pressure all along the way. And so I want to encourage everybody, like, get on the phone, email, write letters. Like, I think there are some really well-connected people in these spaces, but I think we all have a part to play, a role to play. And if we want to see the most possible happen with these drops, with these Twitter files, with these threads, we are going to have to kind of mobilize and all decide we have to do something with this. So it would be super cool if when we got off these spaces, we have rooms of, depending on the space, I run smaller spaces, but Mario, like, your spaces are 4, 5, 7, 10,000 people. It would be great if when we cover a Twitter files space that we all kind of have a call to action, like, hey, here's who you need to call, here's who you need to talk to, here's where you need to apply pressure. You have 10,000 people doing that. And maybe we'll start to see some of the right questions being asked in these hearings.
Thanks, Caroline. Freemason, any quick thoughts before Ian kicked things off?
Yes, sir. I mean, listen, man, how's everybody doing? I'm Freemason Brandon Green. First, I want to give Brian an apology. I've been hammering him on his tweets, and then after hear him articulate here, I got to say I'm impressed. But, if Elon didn't expose this quagmire, we'd be really behind the eight ball. What it illustrates really is the agencies compartmentalize everything. And really, we're in a perpetual war as we speak right now with China and Russia. If you liken it back to World War II, obviously Tyson, Krupp, Bougie, Schindler, these people were all in business with the SS. And in many ways, we're in business now on the technology end. I mean, just imagine if China restricts our drug flow, or if we had a worldwide famine, we'd be in really, really bad shape, guys. I would recommend, though, if you could, Mario, maybe bring up Trash and Doc. They would have very good insight.
Yeah, guys,
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, bro. And we'll be rotating the panel throughout the space as always. And whoever was mentioned just now, Trash hosts great spaces. Put your hand up, bro. We'll bring you up. And the other gentleman. Otherwise, let's kick things off. Anyone that wants to speak, do DM me. If we can't see your request, when we hit a certain number, it's hard to see requests. That's the glitch. But Ian, you want to kick off the Twitter files?
Absolutely. So here we go. Twitter Files by Matt Taiabi. Statement to Congress. Title is The Censorship Industrial Complex. Okay, I like this already. Let's go. The first tweet has a screenshot. It reads, I'm not sure where this is from. So, okay, I'll just read the thing. True content which might promote vaccine hesitancy. Okay, we're off to a bang here. Viral posts of individuals expressing vaccine hesitancy or stories of true vaccine side effects. This content is not clearly mis or disinformation, but it may be malinformation, which is described as exaggerated or misleading. Also included in this bucket are often true posts which could fuel hesitancy, such as individual countries banning certain vaccines. For example, a news article and posts about a central New York school district closing, blah, blah, blah. Right? It trails off there. Number 2, quote, monitor all tweets coming from Trump's personal account and Biden's personal account. So when Twitter Files reporters were given access to Twitter internal documents last year, we first focused on the company, which at times acted like a power above government. So he actually posted a screenshot of Yoel Roth and his conversations with a number of other people at Twitter. This one is Del Harvey. And I'm not sure what her position was, but she was pretty high up. I think she was in charge of trust and safety. And so the message from Del Harvey reads, "That was a real weird IMO. Okay, so I talked to Vijaya and Sean regarding the whole pill thing for both COVID and elections integrity. Vijaya wants to aim for a 30-minute SLA for labeling those two things. In exchange, she was okay with, one, Vijaya is, of course, the in-house lawyer, right? She was okay with, one, asking TWS, that's Trust Safety, to monitor all tweets coming from Trump's personal account and Biden's personal account, Trump's official account and Biden's official account, and then doing initial intake and evaluation, and then signing off and applying the label from any one of us, you, me, Vijaya, or Sean, and to err on the side of labeling, since we can always remove the label if we decide we're too conservative." So Yoel replies, says, "Wow, those are some big changes." And she says, well, if she wanted to get 30 minutes, blah, blah, blah. So essentially, Twitter was deciding that they could label anything that Trump tweeted out, or even Biden, and decide if it was true or false. Number 3. But Twitter was more like a partner to government, right? With other tech firms, it held a regular industry meeting with the FBI and DHS and developed a formal system for receiving thousands of content reports from every corner of the government, including the HHS, Treasury, NSA, and even local police. And one of the examples here is an email from the U.S. Cyber Command and National Security Agency. That's the NSA. Another one here is, I think it's okay. Some what is it? CISA, FBI, and HHS, and they are emailing them from some sort of. Let's see here. I'll actually read this one. On October 28, 2020, CISA, FBI, and HHS issued a joint advisory that describes the tactics, technologies, and procedures to deploy Ryuk, a ransomware against targets in the HPH, which is the healthcare and public health sector, to infect systems for financial gain. In the report, these agencies assess malicious cyber actors targeting HPH using TrickBot malware, etc. So, I mean, that's just an example of one of the emails. Another email is from the Minneapolis Police Department. This is dated November 5, 2020. And this was from the United Escalations Service Desk portal. And so they forwarded a bunch of tweets from the NPD to Twitter, I guess, to deal with. And one is from Treasury. Okay, so this is from the FITF. And they said Treasury just added people to the SDN list, including the catch. So I think they wanted Twitter to act basically on their behalf. Anyway, it's a bit of a diversion there. Matt Taiabi explains, emails from the FBI, DHS, and other agencies often came with spreadsheets of hundreds or thousands of account names to review. Often these would be deleted soon after. And one such email from Elvis Chan, who is the assistant special agent in charge of the FBI in San Francisco, Cyber. He says, Twitter folks below are a list of Twitter accounts that we believe are violating the terms of service by disseminating false information about the place, time, manner of upcoming elections. So I think we saw this one before. Another one here is an FBI report from the San Francisco Emergency Operations Center about tweets that they claim may be in violation of our policies. And another one here is also another FBI report. So anytime the FBI sent in a report saying that we believe X, Y, and Z to be in violation of your rules, Twitter would actually act on it and remove these tweets. So Matt explains, he says, many were obvious misinformation, like accounts urging people to vote the day after an election. But other official disinfo reports had shaky reasoning. The FBI, the highlighted Twitter analysis here disagrees with the FBI about accounts deemed a proxy of Russian actors. So not all of the emails that went in really made a lot of sense, right? Some of them obviously violated the terms and services, of Twitter. Others, and this one in particular, did not. And so they actually disagreed with the FBI, where it was some nonsense that was a kind of a graph pointing out how all these people who follow Sputnik, which is a Russian outlet, must be therefore Russian disinformation agents. And this is an analysis graph here. I mean, an analysis of this paper here, where according to the FBI, according to the FBI, the identified coordinated inauthentic behavior, CIB, in South American countries of Venezuela and Cuba, attempting to politically influence English, Spanish, Russian, and Ukrainian language Twitter users by using Twitter bot accounts to amplify narratives coinciding with Russian military advancement in Ukraine. Attached are assessments that focus only on the CIB amplification of the Ukraine neo-Nazi propaganda campaign over the last 48 hours. Identified or known or suspected bots are in Venezuela and Cuba are among the top influencers amplifying Ukraine neo-Nazi narratives. This referral focuses on the top influencers and known or suspected Twitter bots linked to Venezuela or Cuba, to a total of 205 Twitter profiles, which are broken down below. And these accounts, they actually named the top influencers. We have their names here. Chalecos Amaril, Vida Bella V, Pedro Conductas, Camila Plomo, and something else. Yeah.
Let's quickly refresh it for the audience. I will go through maybe 5 at a time because I know there's a lot of information here.
Quite a bit
so
of
from what you've read, what you've read so far, Ian, how would you summarize it for the audience? I've seen a few people joining in the last few minutes as well, and then we'll love to get the thoughts of the panel as well. So Ian, Sleiman, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, I can explain the whole thing. So essentially, Matt Taibbi setting the stage in these few drops here, stating that the FBI, the DHS, and a lot of other government agencies worked hand in hand with Twitter to effectively. Twitter was acting as a partner, right, to censor people.
There was
in some cases
a lack of
the FBI would send in requests saying, "Hey, these 200 accounts or these 200 tweets are probably in violation of your." Terms of service, maybe you want to deal with them, and those were valid reports probably. But in this one instance, the one that I'm reading here is them claiming that anyone who was amplifying, not the narrative, but rather the truth that there are neo-Nazis in Ukraine are Russian bots. So they were actively trying to censor anybody who was calling out Ukraine for having neo-Nazis in it. So
again, it's pretty recent information. Sleiman, you've gone through the thread as well. What would you sum up so far? And is there anything new or not yet? I think a lot of it is information we've gone through. It seems that it's summarizing things we know already, no?
It is similar information. I'd say up to now, based on what Ian's read, there's more of a balance. It's not, more towards attacking, for example, Trump's people or Biden's people, but there's a concerted effort to track Trump's account, Biden's account, and then more than that, the same concern as previous, that the industrial complex has severe control or influence over what's happening on Twitter. So initially, Matt Taibbi does say partner, but then in another tweet, he's saying that accounts were quickly deleted. So you've got basically significant influence.
Justin, I'll go to you, and I've got a couple of questions for Tracy.
Yeah, I think the problem is when they start calcifying the policies towards these relationships, I think that's when you get into trouble. You heard it mentioned in the thing that they were going to review anything that Biden or Trump posted within 20 minutes as an SLA, that is a service level agreement. I'm like, wait, who's the agreement with? Is that with the government? Who's the other party there? But the other thing on top of that is just, in the lawsuit that I filed, what it came back is that they were having weekly meetings, what they call BOLO meetings, beyond the lookout meetings with the CDC and the HHS. And the problem there is that you get into this cadence where it's now calcified into your procedures. And if you start out, infringing on people's First Amendment rights right at the outset, now that's just part of your bone and part of your marrow, and it's going to really cascade into something awful down the road.
Tracy, from what do you know anything about the jobs today? Tracy, have you had a chance to go through them? Because you were there since the early days of the Twitter files, like I think the first or second one.
Yeah, I'm reading through it right now. I haven't had a second yet because I was reading Shellenberg's testimony for the hearing that's coming up at 10. But none of this is surprising because it's all basically coming out at once in court documents and the Twitter files. And is anyone surprised that they're targeting anyone who doesn't go along with the military-industrial complex war drums? I think that's one thing a lot of the left and the right can agree on right now.
Yeah, because these accounts, the ones in particular, the ones that I was reading, they're all left-wing accounts. They're all based in Catalonia. So this idea that,
why do you think? Hold on,
in Catalonia. Yeah.
Sorry, Tracy.
I don't think that anybody. any rational person wants this massive global catastrophe to happen that they're trying to push on us. So we're all on the same side here against this kind of propaganda messaging campaign that I don't think is ultimately successful, to be honest, no matter what they do.
I've got a question for you, Ian. Like, why do you think this time it just seems more balanced? It's not leaning left or right. Because the information is the same. Like,
it's about the I mean, I know the nature of your question. Sorry to interrupt. It's about the military-industrial complex. At this point, it wasn't really even about suppressing, say, Trump supporters in this one, in particular, when it pertains to anything regarding Ukraine and Russia. Criticism about, America's involvement in the war come from both the left and the right. Maybe not so much in the left in the U.S., except for, a handful of people like Jimmy Dore. But for the most part, worldwide, it's left-wing groups that are opposed to the war, right? And as well as right-wing groups, right? You have people with different motives, different reasons for why they would oppose the war. Obviously, it's financial for a lot of people. Like they see their countries going bankrupt while their governments are supporting the war, supporting Ukraine and all that stuff. So they're going to criticize these things. But thus far, it looks like the government was, using its ongoing relationship with Twitter to suppress any kind of dissent against the military-industrial complex. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, it's quite clear.
But is there any communication with with anyone from the military-industrial complex, or
the government is the military-industrial complex, right? The FBI is obviously going to back up anything.
No, the government is influenced by the military-industrial complex, and again, you might be more.
I mean, I think that would be between, Raytheon and the government. I don't think we have those files, right? But we certainly do see requests from the FBI for Twitter to ban a lot of accounts, South American accounts, Spanish-speaking accounts, and these are left-wing accounts that are, opposed to America's involvement in Ukraine, right? Because, as we now know, I mean, as we've known for a very long time.
Did Twitter implement those requests to ban leftist accounts?
Twitter actually acted on some of them. It says here in one of these emails, it says here, "Hey folks, this is from a Twitter person. I suspended 12 accounts of AR origin and 10 accounts of VE origin. VE is Venezuela, AR I think is Argentina, that were tweeting about Ukraine and Nazis and were clustered by identical event IPs and user agents and our safety graph." Right. But after reviewing the Chalecos account, we're recommending to request an ID in order to obtain another signal about the actor behind the account. While the FBI asserts that the account is a proxy of Russian actors, we have found evidence that suggests it is linked to individuals in the Pirate Party in Catalonia and others on the left political spectrum. We also found that Chalecos account has been, strangely, retweeting its own content and then quickly deleting it, blah, blah, blah. So that account in particular, they refused to ban it, but they actually acted on some of the others. So yes, I would say it was half and half. They did ban a bunch of accounts that were tweeting against Ukraine.
Before going to trash, I do want to welcome Kyle, who's been there and gave us a lot of insight throughout the Twitter files. So I'll probably ask him a lot of questions today for as long as he has. We've got Piotr, who's been on our spaces in the early days as well. We do have William, who started joining our spaces recently. And of course, Trash, who does spaces himself. Trash, any quick thoughts before we go through a few more tweets in the thread? Just for the audience, what we're going to do is we're going to go through the drop now. Then we're going to start going through the testimony, and it's going to come out later. Trash, the mic is yours.
Yeah, Mario, appreciate it. And I'll be quick. It's actually right in the same vein of what Ian was just talking about. So if you guys look at the fifth drop on the, looks like a cable from the government. I'm not really sure what office this came from, but it seems to be a cable the way it says unclassified.
It's a cable, yeah. It's an intelligence cable. I think, sorry. Yeah, you continue.
Yeah, and so the highlighted part on the bottom is really interesting to me. So it's letterline U, narrative tweets amplified by the bots blame U.S. for Nazification of Ukraine. Quote, Biden is the architect of the 2014 ousting of a leader with 90% support, using U.S.-backed neo-Nazis, and then put his son on the board of Burisma, end quote. Also, quote, a CIA coup in Ukraine happened, which led to fascist neo-Nazi regime being installed. This led to NATO troops with the potential of nuclear weapons being at the doorstep of Russia. I find this information interesting considering what we know now. I'm sure I don't have a date on this. Does it have a date when this came out? Because we now know a lot of this thing to be true. Okay, so this was actually...
It's 2022.
Oh, my God.
It's 2022.
So right before Russia went in then.
It's March. Yeah, that's right.
Interesting. So Russia Russia entered Ukraine, February 20th?
24th.
Or 24th.
February 24th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I find that interesting that they're automatically labeling that right there. So that kind of tells you what narrative they're trying to prevent from getting.
What was the Trash? What was the narrative? What did you just spot? What happened on the day that Russia invaded?
This cable went out and saying that we need to suppress information saying that a CIA coup in Ukraine happened, which led to the fascist neo-Nazi regime, because they're trying to make sure that support for Ukraine remains strong as this moves forward.
So they're doing, guys. So essentially, what's happening is not surprising. This happens in many other countries. Look, I was just researching how China controls the narrative. The US looks angelic in front of what China does. It's very wrong, but I'm just saying, like, it's not. It shouldn't be surprising. The government wants they want citizens to support the decisions they're taking, and they create a narrative and they try to implement it. They leverage social media platforms, they leverage mainstream media. So first, I'm really glad that we're fighting against this.
They can't do that in this country. That's the problem. The problem is
no. I'm not saying no. I'll give you the mic. I'm saying it's very wrong. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's not surprising that they're doing it. I'm glad that we're fighting against it, but
surprising, right?
Exactly, it should be surprising
because America is it's a constitutional republic, and there are laws preventing this from happening. I mean, you can expect this in an autocratic country like Venezuela or Cuba or North Korea, but to see this happen in America, right? To see America behaving like one of these despotic countries while simultaneously going out there on the world stage claiming to be a bad
I'll rephrase it. Hold on. I want Kyle. Okay, everyone. I like that I started a debate. Hold on. I want to go to Kyle. And then we'll go to Jim. But I'll rephrase what I said and I'll give the mic to Kyle. I'm not surprised they're trying to control the narrative. Maybe I should word it as such. All narratives, whatever the decision they're trying to take. I'm surprised that they've managed to succeed to this extent. That's probably a better way to word it. Kyle and Jim.
Okay, here's the issue. You should be surprised because I want you to think about other war efforts that have happened in this country where the government does have a vested interest in people backing it, right? You can go back to the Iraq War. The government wanted that happening. They put out all kinds of information, and there was significant protest both in the media and in public where people would go and protest on the streets. There was an anti-war movement. It was well covered by the news media because that fit the sort of the agenda of some people in the news media. And that's what's supposed to happen. That's what a free society looks like. The government can make an action, and then everybody can complain about it. That's when the government goes through and starts censoring it on the back end and starts using the means of production that are actually, allowing this information to be distributed and people to have an opinion about it. They don't get to censor opinions, even if those opinions are factually inaccurate. That's not acceptable in this country. It's actually against the law for the government to go in and do that. So this is why this is a big deal. When they're out there putting this out on a cable of any kind, it doesn't matter who wrote it. It's all unacceptable. So it should be surprising to you. The fact that it's not just tells you how far we've slipped and what we've been willing to accept in this nation. But it doesn't change what the status quo should be.
Not like that.
Before you jump in, Piotr, just want to give him a massive welcome, and I'm happy that Kim is here. As I said earlier, the first Twitter files we started was me, Ian, Tara, and Kim. And Kim has been off Spaces for a while. I did pester him, and he joined, so I'm glad he jumped in. So Kim, before I go to Piotr to respond to Kyle, pleasure to have you.
Thanks. I'm just listening, guys. Keeping up with the latest developments.
Man, we've got the Twitter files and the testimony in a bit. Piotr, the mic is yours.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we're getting a little bit too carried away here. I've just read through it. There's nothing major new in this, to be honest. I think it's a false equivalency, as usual, to compare sort of autocratic states to the US. Sure, I'm against the suppression of speech, and I've been as surprised and unsettled by some of the things that others have said in here, but it's not surprising at all that the US would respond by wanting to try to perhaps limit or influence the narrative around one of the most destructive wars that we've seen in recent memory. So I don't really think it's fair to sort of compare it to what's happening in Russia and the extent to which the freedom of information truly is suppressed. If you think
let's just take a look at something here. Let's just take a look at something here. Listen, This and what's really, there is some stuff that's just repetitive. I grant them this.
Your
And that's
mic, your mic. Oh no, it's better now. It's better now, Jim.
okay. There is a there are definitely some things that they're kind of setting up to lay a foundation for the hearings today. But what is very important to note, and in relationship to what the United States wants to do to control information, we have, and Ian made the point, we are a constitutional republic. There is a firewall between speech in the United States and what the government wants to put out there. This has always been the case in the United States. We have been protected by that for this Constitution. It is now in the era of an advancement of technology, particularly in line with social media, where the United States government, for the first time in its history, has had a significant, it's not the first time it's been tried, but it's the first time that the United States government has had a significant opportunity to cater a narrative when it relates to war or anything else. You don't hear about it very often, but there were serious anti-war movements in both World War I and World War II in the United States. They were able to get their message out. They ultimately did not prevail because public opinion went a certain way. But particularly in World War II, they were not able to be silenced. This is a radical shift in how the United States government interacts with its citizens that's taking place. And we're seeing it laid out right here in these Twitter files. And now, again, this is some repetitive stuff, but Taiabi is rightly setting the stage for the hearings today. And so that's why you see some repetitive information. It's regurgitating the basic problem that I'm trying to communicate here.
I'm just gonna quickly. I just want to announce one thing, Piotr, just quickly, and I'll give you the mic to respond. Okay, I think Piotr can hear me. Piotr, I'm just going to take you down, bring you back up. Not sure if your audio's playing up. I will go to. I just want to say one thing. Name Redacted will be joining us as well. So I just want to give let everyone know that the man, the myth, the legend, who's been doing a lot of work as well on this. I've just sent him out an invite. He'll be joining us. But I want to go to Piotr. Let me bring him back up, and then we'll go to Brian and Kyle. Piotr, the mic is yours, man. Piotr? I'll go to Brian.
Yeah, so I think it's kind of a matter of where do you draw the line. So in Taiabi's number 4 tweet in the thread, he said that emails from the FBI, DHS, and other agencies often came with spreadsheets of hundreds of thousands of accounts, names, and for review. And he also said many were obvious misinformation, like accounts urging people to vote the day after the election. So do we all agree that stuff like that should be transferred to Twitter so that Twitter can at least consider the removal of it? I think that's pretty up.
Let me answer that, because you're kind of addressing what I said. The reason that this is problematic is this. When you have
your mic, Jim, your mic. I don't know what's happening to it today.
I'll tell you.
Sorry, is it better now? Is that better now?
Yeah, it's better now. It's better now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So what is really important to note here is when you have regular file dumps going to privately owned social media platforms by the federal government. Now you develop a reflexive.
Kyle, I'll give you the mic while fixing Jim's.
Yeah, Jim's in a wind tunnel, unfortunately. Look, it's really straightforward.
It's like you're in a wind tunnel or something.
He is. Listen, the government has one ability to do this. The government can go to the people with spokespeople and let the media cover or not cover their position. The end. Anything beyond that is unacceptable. It can't go through the back door. Look, imagine if the public debate is some sort of sports game, and the government has one messaging, and people that oppose what's going on there are the other team. What we're talking about here, by going behind the back and giving quote unquote misinformation or disinformation, which the government is not allowed to get involved in. They're not allowed to weigh in on those things. They're going and paying off the referee before the game, and maybe even during the game. This is not how the marketplace of ideas advances ideas. They're supposed to, the government's always going to have a big microphone, but they cannot go in there and start censoring the microphone on the back end. And it's totally unacceptable. Once you cross that line, it's over. And the government can't spend money and resources to go after any accounts and do research on mis or disinformation. The only way that this can work is if there is foreign money involved and someone is acting as an agent of a foreign government We do have some rules on that. We have some laws that cover it, like FARA. And then if that is the case, then what they do is they go to the actors, if they can find them, and they tell them they have to register as a foreign agent. That's it. There's actually no penalty to it. Historically, there's never been a penalty on FARA. It just doesn't get prosecuted. So they cannot get involved in this game. The actual involvement in doing this is the misstep. That is the cross over the line. And once you cross that line, you've opened up a little hole that's going to break the dam. And as we saw.
So you're saying that the government doesn't have a right to tell a private company that they believe illegal activity is happening on their platform.
It's not illegal activity. That's the whole point, Brian. This is not illegal activity.
It's not illegal to lie. Hey, just hold on.
No, I agree with you. But this is not illegal activity. If the activity is illegal, the government doesn't go to a foreign company or to the company and say, hey, we're going to take this enforcement action on these actors that happen to use your platform. Why? Like, the government is not involved in the outcome. And that's the thing that people keep misunderstanding. We, as a government, as a federal government, it cannot be involved in the outcome. It can only be involved in the process. That's the way that you want it. The minute the government has a vested interest in the so-called outcome of it, then they are now a participant that has some skin in the game. And the government is supposed to be an arbiter.
So what I'm saying is that there were accounts urging people to vote in the election on November 7th or whenever.
Not
it was.
illegal.
Yeah.
So what?
It's not illegal. It is illegal. It is illegal to spread misinformation that could result in
it's not.
You
have to actually show that those people were deprived of their vote, and they're not. They're not. Look, if I told you, Brian, to go out and yell your vote to the moon.
It's illegal. Kyle, there are laws in the United States against spreading misinformation that can affect and impact an election.
Show
if you go on social media.
No, don't go on social media. Go
what law is that?
So, guys, hold on.
I'll go find the law and I'll
yeah, hold on.
I'll go get it.
I've got Brian, use ChatGPT. I started using it yesterday. It's a life changer. Trust me, man. It'll give you the source and everything. So while you check that, Piotr, I know you were speaking, and then I want to go to name redacted and do a quick introduction. I'll actually let Ian and Sleiman to do an introduction on name redacted for anyone that doesn't know who he is. But Piotr, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thanks. I don't disagree with the concerns that a lot of people share over government interference, something that we should all be against. I'm certainly not in favour of big government in our lives, but I do also appreciate Brian's point that there are concerns about, I think also we need to separate different cases and examples, right? There's a difference between Russian meddling in the 2016 election or not versus information that's being spread and shared over the developments in Ukraine versus other things to do with domestic US politics or whatever it is. That being said, every government will likely advise. I mean, I've read through the thread, as I said, and if you tweet, I think it's N or something, it says, we believe the list of Twitter accounts below are violating your terms of service by disseminating false information about time, place, or manner of upcoming elections. Let us know if you decide to take any action against these accounts based on our tipper to you. Now, I don't really like the phrase tipper. That sounds a little bit too chummy to me, and as though there is too much over sort of, engagement between these two sides. But they are simply notifying. They aren't forcing Twitter yet to do anything. So I think we should also make the distinctions where there are the distinctions. So anyway,
I think you misunderestimate the. I said misunderestimate. It's not even
Brian, did you research it?
I just want to address one thing. It's that you have to look at the power dynamic. If your boss if your boss, someone who has the ability to basically fuck you over, tells you to do something, you just do it.
So before going to Brian and introducing Name Redacted, I just want to let the audience know that we'll be going through the Twitter files in a few minutes. Do share. Let us know what you think in the comments. Brian, I just checked it on ChatGPT. I'll read out what I found. In the US, sharing information on social media to influence an election is not inherently illegal. However, there are laws and regulations related to campaign financing is different. And then there are also laws related to online activity that may apply to sharing information on social media to influence an election. For example, spreading false information.
Mario, none of those are codes. Here's the codes that you're looking
election
for.
Interference.
The code is 18 USC section 1038, false information and hoaxes. And there's significant restrictions that the government cannot be messing around with. Number one, it has to show that there's an intent So you have to have intent, and that has to be provable to convey false or misleading information. I'm just citing criminal violation, subsection 1 in general. And the second thing is that the information must have been reasonably believed, and where there's such information to indicate that activity has taken place, is taking place, or would take place in violation of a number of different other statutes. And they mentioned things like homicide and other real crimes that we would actually have a real problem with. The idea that somebody would be deprived of their vote, you have to actually show that somebody would be deprived of their vote. Doesn't mean that there haven't been convictions of this, because we're dealing with kangaroo court, post-constitutional America. But this is the code, false information and hoaxes. And you would have a really, really difficult time. One, getting to intent, because intent is hard to prove. It's one of the hardest things to improve because you have to get in someone's mind. And the second is that there was actually an individual whose, right to vote was violated. And you actually have to show that. So these are the reasons why you can't put government resources on these things, because there's no indication that these would be reasonably believed to have resulted in the activity that they're saying that they're trying to accomplish.
So on FBI.gov, it says intentionally deceiving a qualified voter to prevent them from voting is voter suppression and is a federal crime. So that's
just what I said, though, Brian. I just said that they have to actually prove the statute.
But counter to that, you were saying that it's not illegal.
You have to prove the statute,
it is
Brian.
illegal.
You can't
it's illegal.
Look, FBI.vote is
Go ahead, guys. I don't know. Guys, please. Yeah, Brian, finish off.
Yeah, so it's the statute that Kyle just quoted right there, and on the FBI website.
Ian, if you don't mind, please, and then we'll continue. Then we'll go to name redacted.
So the FBI website clearly says that if you're preventing a qualified voter from voting based on this misinformation, that it is illegal. And so my argument is, should the government be able to contact Twitter and say, hey, it looks like illegal activity is happening. Can you check? And at your discretion, remove it. They should.
No.
And the fact that you say that.
No, the reason I say no is because the FBI cannot do pre-crime on this type of information. There is no illegal information that is going on. It can't happen until after they were deprived of the vote. That's the problem.
This is what I'm saying. Okay, so this is my point of view. So if you have people spreading misinformation on Twitter saying the election day is tomorrow and it's today, that is clearly going to fool people that are not informed. And for the FBI to go and get subpoenas or take this to court, it would take months and months and months.
That's our process.
They don't have that time. And they're
you cannot do pre-crime.
It's not
Brian.
due process. They're letting a private company know that illegal activity is taking place on their platform.
You can't just arrest him because he looks shady. Like, even if you suspect he's going to commit a crime, you cannot arrest him. You have to wait until he actually does it.
I'm not saying arrest people. I'm saying just tell Twitter that there's illegal activity taking place or possibly illegal activity. There's a difference between telling a private company that there's misinformation that could affect a democratic election.
The FBI is
specifically
prohibited from being involved in free speech, and the only reason that they can get involved is when that's free speech actually is a crime.
It is free speech.
So, guys, I just want to, guys, I do want to go.
Not free speech.
First, Brian. Shit, first time you explode on the space. 2 days ago you left the space, and today you explode. I like it. Keep it up, man. Justin, give you the mic, and then I do want to go to name redacted.
Yeah, look, the challenge is that this power dynamic is there. It is the best practice for the government not to infringe on these things, and these power dynamics become sort of like shakedowns. In the lawsuit that I had, it was revealed that Facebook had these weekly meetings, and then there was such tension that Facebook decided to give the government $15 million in free advertising to show sort of their obeisance to this entire endeavor, right? And I think that's the key issue here is you're just, it might seem as good policy for the government to inform someone. But let's say, for example, I said, hey, the election is Wednesday, and also be sure you bring your Viagra pill because President Biden needs that. That's obviously parody and satire. But under this case, I would be flagged by the FBI or otherwise, right? So these are things that the government should not decide on. They're using, in the lawsuit, I make the case, they're using these companies as proxy to silence individuals, and that's where it becomes really problematic. But yeah, the government changed money. These social media companies paid the government to be in good standing, basically. It was shakedown money.
Name redacted. Before.
Did Mario's mic cut off?
Yeah, it cut off. I thought he was still speaking, but yeah, it's him.
No, Ian, just muted by itself. It happens. Now, just Ian, I wanted you to introduce Name Redacted. Name Redacted, your thoughts on the drop today, and then give the audience an overview of all the drops that you've done over the last few weeks. I know we're planning to cover the next drop together, but just give us an overview because you've been doing an incredible job. Ian, I'd love you to do the introductions.
I'll give a very brief introduction. I'll say that Name Redacted has been doing these Twitter drops, basically going over the government's involvement in the suppression of free speech and a bunch of other things. You should check out his threads, his Twitter threads, and I'd just like to let him speak now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we definitely should have a space on these last two that I've done. There's not going to be a next one, Mario. This is 2 and 3 were pretty much it. But here's the crux of it, I guess. The first one up there, you see the Foreign Malign Influence Center. The person that used to hold that title or in that role was a woman named Shelby Pearson. She was the elections threat executive appointed by the Office of Director of National Intelligence. And she met weekly with CISA and social media. And she was named by Elvis Chan as one of the 4 people that specifically warned social media of a hack and leak, regarding Hunter Biden. Moving on, there's another tweet up there I put, which is number 7. It says number 7, disturbing. Shelby Pearson's on record. She was asked, well, what do you do about domestic misinformation? And she said, well, we government believe in free speech, yet if we know that the information put out on social media is foreign sponsored, then we want to do everything we can to manage that speech. And here's the point I'm trying to make, and this is the government's line of thinking, especially from this agency, the Office of Director of National Intelligence, is that not only is critical infrastructure like the actual physical voting machines, internet, being cyber intrusions is a national security threat during elections, but they have made our thoughts and our opinions part of critical infrastructure. And our thoughts and opinions now are labeled as a potential national security threat. So they opened up this agency, the Foreign Malign Influence Center, just in September, 5 months ago. The Foreign Malign Influence Center is the same thing as the DHS Disinformation Governance Board, and there should be as big of an outrage over this as there was over this Nina Jankowicz thing last year. What the Foreign Malign Influence does is, they focus on foreign malign influence. However, if they label anything that they don't like as foreign disinformation, they will go to social media and they will tell them to take it down, suspend accounts and whatnot. That's a perfect example. Hunter Biden laptop, COVID lab leak theory, even though that was sort of guided by the health authorities. They also did mention in their report that Russians were amplifying the COVID lab leak or COVID conspiracies. So we have a thought police right now, and no one's talking about it. It's the Foreign Malign Influence Center, and they say in their fact sheet that their mission is to counter malign influence that seeks to affect the opinions of Americans, right? So it's a bigger discussion here. We should have a separate thread on this person, Shelby Pearson, her role, and now what it's become as the Foreign Malign Influence Center, which is the same thing as the DHS Disinformation Governance Board. And they have labeled our thoughts and opinions as potential like national security threats and part of critical infrastructure in elections. Not only that, in other areas like COVID or whatever other hot topic issue that will come up. And that does cross over into civil liberty violations, because they cannot censor domestic speech. Okay. Anyone have any question about that? That makes sense.
Simon, do you have any questions before we continue with the thread?
No, I think we should continue this thread because we've got quite a bit to get through, and then the live testimony starting probably should have started actually.
Yeah, we'll be. I think, Simon, if you could keep an, I'll cover for the moderating if you like, and you can watch your testimony, jump in with any highlights, or maybe you find a source that summarizes any interesting highlights for the audience as well. If you find anything, if anyone tweets any highlights from the testimony, send it through. Our team will vet it and then mention the important parts here, because it's going to be a Jim was telling me, he's like Jim, how long will the testimony take? And then we'll go back to Ian just to give us an idea. I think it's like 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, they could be up for 2 to 3 hours. The whole thing will probably be a 6-hour thing all day long, but they could be there 2 to 3 hours. I don't know how much they're scheduled. They may be scheduled there all 6 hours, but we need to plan on them being done maybe in 3.
I don't think there will be, and what we'll do is we'll go through the Twitter files. We'll also go through name redacted threads a bit more. We'll dig into them a bit deeper while getting highlights from the testimony. And I really hope this one is more interesting than the last one, because the last one was very underwhelming. I think, Ian, you were really pissed off. You didn't even want to do a space about it, if you remember. You're like, I called you and genuinely pissed off. Like, Mario, I give up.
It wasn't great.
Everything. Yeah, like, Mario, everything we did is just a waste. No one gives a shit. No one cares. Everything's going to continue. If anything's going to get worse. I'm like, fuck. It was like the most depressing thing. But hopefully today will be a better day. But yeah, let's continue with the thread. Let's see what else we have.
Okay. Let's go. Number 6. Then we saw disinformation lists where evidence was even less clear. This list of 378 Iranian state-linked accounts includes an Iraq veteran once arrested for blogging about a war, a former Chicago Sun-Times reporter, and Truthout, a site that publishes Noam Chomsky. So, yeah, like, and he shows screenshots of, Truthout, Craig Newman, and Leonard Clark, right? So these are published authors, and the state of the text, and this is, start of the text from, this is appears to be a cable. It's one of those analysis things. It's from the Department of State Global Engagement Center. So GEC, remember that name, right? And it's also, according to them, this has foreign malign influence and shows that it has coordinated inauthentic behavior. And they did a bunch of analysis, behavioral analysis, sentiment analysis, and automated account detection for bots regarding Iranian things. And said, so they provided a file of 378 suspected bot accounts. None of, yeah, they were not bots. These people are absurd. Number 7. In some cases, state reports didn't even assert misinformation. Here, a list of YouTube videos is flagged for anti-Ukraine narratives. How dare they speak out against Ukraine, right? So, this is from 2nd August 2022. It's fairly new. The tear line, blah, blah, blah. And this is, it's sent to Apple, Meta, Reddit, LinkedIn, YouTube, Google, Twitter, Verizon Media, Yahoo, and Wikimedia. And the text here is that Russian mogul Yevgeny Prigozhin's Internet Research Agency was responsible for the following content, which was highlighted predominantly anti-Ukraine narratives between April and May 2022, addressed on the specific platforms. And these are just YouTube shorts. It's kind of absurd because it's not even misinformation. It's not false. They simply don't like that it promotes anti-Ukraine stuff. So Matt Taiabi explains, he says that the bulk of the censorship requests didn't come from the government directly. Asked if Twitter's marketing department could say the company detects misinformation with the help of outside experts, a Twitter executive replied, and someone, asked him, Nick Pickles, are you comfortable with marketing talking about misinfo, saying that we detect it through ML, human review, and partnerships outside of experts? And Nick Pickles replied, can we just say partnerships? For example, we're not sure we would describe the FBI or DHS as experts, or even some NGOs that aren't academic. So no, they could not actually detect bots. They just claim to be able to. And Twitter clearly was like, yeah, these guys are not actually experts. Yeah. So Matt goes on, he says, we came to think of this grouping, the state agencies like the DHS, FBI, or the Global Engagement Center, GEC, along with NGOs that aren't academic, and our unexpectedly aggressive partner, commercial news media, as the censorship industrial complex. So who is in the censorship industrial complex? In Twitter, in 2020, helpfully compiled a list for a working group set up in 2020. the National Endowment for Democracy, which is the Atlantic Council's DFR lab, Hamilton 68's creator, and the Alliance for Security and Democracy are key. And so, Twitter actually put out, a list of all the organizations that they're working with, right? Including First Draft, Center for European Policy Analysis, DFR Lab, Alliance for Security and Democracy, International Republican Institute, Atlantic Council, Stanford Internet Observatory, Brookings Institute, National Endowment for Democracy, and the NDI. So, Twitter's executives weren't sure about the Clemson's Media Forensics Labs, which is, they claim, too chummy with the HPSCI, and they were not keen on the RAND Corporation, which is too close to the U.S. Department of Defense. But others were deemed just right. And this is an email from Newell Roth. I will read it out loud. It says, I really like the idea of doing this. If nothing else, it streamlines some of the relationships that presently are just managed ad hoc by different individuals and creates a single touch point between those people and groups and Twitter. Nick, your list covers a lot of the folks I talk to on a regular basis. Only addition I might add would be Data and Society, or perhaps Dana, but possibly others in DNS as appropriate. They are doing lots of work around the census in addition to the broader 2020 stuff. I'd recommend against including folks in Clemson, which is too chummy with the HVSEI, and have thrown us under the bus with overblown conclusions a few too many times. I get the keep your enemies close thing, but I just don't have the chops to back it up. So before I go on to read his second email, I'll just point out that he was happily willing to work with Data and Society. Data and Society is a think tank, and they produce some of these graphs. Now, he might consider them to be amazing people, but they are in fact not, because one of the studies that they put out a few years ago highlighted Tim Pool as the center for neo-Nazi activity, because he had a bunch of people who were connected to neo-Nazis on his show. And by connected, I mean they had maybe spoken to them once on a podcast, or maybe they followed them on Twitter. So
yeah, and it's also worth noting what year
work.
this came from. This came from 2020. I just want people to have this in perspective, because obviously these things changed over the last couple of years too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and they have a very bad track record. I mean, it's a far left organization. It's run by a really, group of people that if you listen to them speak at the Atlantic Council, because they go to all these events, they go to the Aspen Institute and so on. Not the best folks for trusting, when it comes to data integrity, because they certainly have a narrative to push, and part of that narrative includes going after people like Steven Crowder and Tim Pool as far-right disinformation activists or something. This is what they put out. So the second email is from Carlos Monge. I'm continuing here. He wrote, it says, we should not go with RAND because they're too close to the DOD. And then they have a bunch of different institutes here. Some, they recommend Charles Koch's Institute, which is, the Koch brothers. Yeah, Charles Koch. They said that he was very helpful on CDA 230 issues. Therefore, they should be included. The R Street Institute, which is conservative and serious, industry-friendly think tank in town. The Open Societies Foundation. Wow, okay. They have an emerging disinfo practice, but are also looking for a dollar sign. That's kind of weird. So it's like, that's Soros, isn't it? Open Society Foundations? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Huh. So they were happily willing to work with Soros. Yeah.
That is
so
Soros.
Just give us a quick. Yeah, can you give us a quick overview, Ian? Sleiman will be listening to the hearing right now, so he'll be jumping in and out with any updates. Overview. But just overview of what you just read as well, just for the audience.
Yeah, so overview up to from number 6 to number 12 is that the Twitter was more than willing to work with some of these organizations, not so much with others. Like, they were suspicious of the government and its involvement in basically directing policy. However, they were more than happy to work with organizations like Data and Society and the Open Society Foundations and the Charles Koch Institute.
And they gave a list to those organizations, correct?
Correct. Yeah, they gave a list. They even included, it's quite funny. They have the Atlantic Council on here. They have the Brookings Institute, and they have the NDI. I mean, these are very partisan organizations. I won't say partisan in the sense that they are pro-democracy or pro-Democrat or pro-Republican. It's not so much that. It's more like they are pro.
They've got their own agenda.
They have their agenda, and it's very pro-government, I would say. Yeah.
I would be careful in categorizing them all in the same group.
No, obviously not. They all have different purposes.
Atlantic Council is centrist. The Carnegie
But they're
Endowment.
also pro-war, right? Keep that in mind. Atlantic Council is pro-war in Russia.
Very well.
It's
I do
super
just want to make
anti-Russian.
one point about Ukraine, which is that I would bear in mind that there is a spectrum here, as always, right? I'm firmly against not being able to even remotely criticize Ukraine or information or the government or Zelensky versus just, like Jackson Hinkle level of just promoting anything pro-Russia at all, right? If that's the case in terms of suppression, then I would be banned from YouTube because I speak ill of Ukraine in certain contexts. So I think, again, everything's on a spectrum, and we should always just keep that in mind when we talk about these things.
Piotr, I know you said everything's on a spectrum, but the problem is that these emails are from very early on in the war, and we know at that time there was complete censorship of anti-Ukraine sentiment, pro-Russian, to the extent where athletes were banned, people lost their jobs, so on and so forth. So do you not think that these emails need to be considered in terms of when they were sent as well at that time and place, as opposed to now where people are a lot more comfortable talking about these things?
So Suleiman, if I understand you correctly, you're saying it's a surprise that the American government and the West generally were trying to find a way to adequately respond to the singular worst invasion and wartime crisis since the Second World War on Europe's doorstep.
That's an absurd
statement. No, that's not what I said, Piotr. That's what I said was.
It's also an exaggeration. 800 civilians dead, and you're saying it's the single worst thing. I mean, how many people died in Syria?
No, but not only that. We're not.
No, but I think I would say like the number. I wouldn't a war. How dangerous a war is not just by the number of people
that died.
What about
the bombing of Belgrade in 1999? Does anyone want to talk about that one?
Directly.
Yeah, again, but
not only that.
But anyway, Sleman, I'll get back to the point. Go ahead, Sleman.
No, but Piotr's missing the point because it's not about the severity of the war, Piotr. We're talking about censorship, and so at that time, censorship was at extreme levels. It isn't now where you're able to quite easily. If you let me finish, Piotr, because I know you'll take a while to respond. It isn't like now where you're able to join a number of spaces and give your position, or where a lot of us are allowed to give the other alternative view. But at that time, there was complete and utter censorship, where anyone who said anything that was pro-Russia was banned. Athletes weren't allowed to compete in sports that they worked all their lives to play in.
I was allowed to say stuff, mate, Suleiman. Equally, I find your question to be a little bit confusing. That's just not true. I was in spaces debating the severity of the situation and whether or not we should be giving greater voices to Russian perspectives. I wasn't censored, so sorry, but I just don't agree with you.
So the athletes weren't banned. Athletes weren't banned for being Russian. There was a guy who was leading the orchestra, and because he said he was neutral, he wasn't removed from his position. That didn't happen.
Well, I thought are you talking about Twitter only, or just about generally places?
I'm talking about general censorship.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, if you're talking about Wimbledon and the audacity for that bloody bunch of the All Lawns Club to remove even Russian or Belarusian entities from playing on the game, yes, but that's not really what I would classify as censorship. That's a little bit different. That's
an example of it. But for example, do you remember the Italian? Do you remember when people were pro-Russian and they were getting banned from their jobs, even if they didn't vocally say anti-Putin comments?
You cut out. What did you say?
I said, do you remember in the news where a number of people were basically banned? So I remember a specific case where there was an Italian orchestra, and because he was neutral in his comments,
you don't even have to mention that, Sulaiman. YouTube bans people for being pro-Russia, even right now.
No, they didn't ban people.
No, they do. They ban you for being pro-Russia. That's the reason why Jackson Hinkle's banned on YouTube.
Absolutely nuts and need to be.
And Twitter also now has a rule that says you cannot glorify war, even though it's not really implemented. Nobody really follows it, and they're not enforcing it. It's there though. If you downplay the severity of what they call a war crime, or if you try to present alternative narratives, Twitter can, under its own terms and services, even right now, ban you for it. The only reason no one is being banned for being very critical of Ukraine is because this is such a muddy situation that I don't think they feel comfortable taking action against it. However, if these think tanks had their way, you would be banned for even questioning what happened at Bucha or that who bombed that railroad station, the railway station that, a few dozen people
About a
died.
month ago, the Moldovan country was under risk, right? And a bunch of people, even some in this room, were making bold claims that the Ukrainians were set to launch a incursion into Moldova to destroy a strategical nuclear site, not nuclear, just strategic military site, and so on. Since then, we have not heard anything. And that is because it was all bollocks drummed up by the Russian side of this narrative to stimulate a disinformation on this app. If it was genuinely intended by the Ukrainians to do so, why haven't we heard anything since? And this is my point.
I've not heard any of that. What you're just
I don't think it was. I don't think it was this space. I'm not sure if it was this space.
Nobody on the space said it.
Maybe it was one of the. Maybe it was Russian the space. But either way, I think
I follow a lot of Russian accounts, and I've not heard them speaking about this. I don't know what accounts you follow, but that.
I think there's gonna be misinformation on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of every argument. I think it's common. I think but I don't know what Piotr. Piotr, before we move on, are you arguing there was no censorship of people that were critical of Ukraine or supportive of Russia? I just want to make sure, is that what you said, or I misunderstood?
So I think, again, I think we need to decompartmentalize what we're talking about. If we're talking about physical prevention of people going to sports events, if you're forcing...
No, I'd say social media censorship, social media.
Social media, yeah, there have been clampdowns on people in certain contexts, absolutely. And I'm against certain people from being so. If I'm going to be restricted in my vocal criticisms of Ukraine, that's not good. I haven't been. But I think there's a way you do it, and you have to make sure that your claims are at least grounded in somewhat of evidence. As I said, I used the example of the Moldovan-Ukrainian crises about a month ago as illustration that people will drum up worries and concerns about something.
Well, Pio, what's the solution for that? Is your solution basically that Ian or anyone else who claimed whatever you say they claimed should be kicked off of spaces and not be able to say those things? Or what are you saying? They could be wrong and still be allowed to say things. Are you saying people should preemptively be right about everything they say?
I think they need to do their research first, Justin, and not just...
Right. If I did my research first, I'd be still sitting around with no job whatsoever instead of fighting the government against COVID policies.
Well, COVID policies isn't the Russian-Ukrainian war, is it? So what are we talking about?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's the same sort of misinformation.
Yes, but misinformation, elected...
Who gives you the right to decide? Who gives you or the government a right to decide what is true and what is not? Why do you get to decide that this is misinformation because it goes against our narrative? So when you say that Bucha was orchestrated by Russians and they were killing civilians, when you say stuff like that, and I say, no, there's evidence to the contrary, and you say, no, you're promoting disinformation. To me, that is like you're telling me to not believe my eyes and ears, and that you are right and I am wrong, and that there can be no two ways about it. You're telling me that there are 5 lights, and that in fact there are only 4, but you're saying there are 5 lights up there, and you will admit that there are 5 lights, and 1 + 1 = 5. This is 1984.
Ian, you hit such an important point. Glenn Greenwald talked about this. Basically, this idea of disinformation is being used to stop dissent against the mainstream media narrative. That's actually what's happening here. And
correct.
And again, the mainstream media narrative. I mean, we've got how many hundreds and thousands of different media outlets. This MSM narrative is very boring. It's like
hundreds
the BBC,
thousands of media outlets, and who are they dominated by? Who owns
Fox News?
Sinclair?
These are all
owns
different organizations, guys. Yes, some of them are owned by singular.
The majority are owned by Sinclair.
I'll go, guys. I wanna let me get Aaron. Aaron, before going to trash and I meme, Aaron, would love to get your thoughts. Good to have you on the panel.
Yeah, thanks.
Say they claim should be kicked off of spaces, and
you hit such an important point. Glenn Greenwald talked about this. Basically, this idea of disinformation is being used to stop dissent against the mainstream media narrative. That's actually what's happening here. And
correct.
And again, mainstream media narrative. I mean, we've got how many hundreds and thousands of different media outlets. This MSM narrative is very boring. It's like
hundreds
the BBC,
thousands of media outlets, and who are they dominated by? Who owns
Fox News?
Sinclair?
These are all
owns
different
everything.
organizations, guys. Yes, some of them are owned by singular.
The majority are owned by Sinclair.
I'll go, guys. I wanna let me get Aaron. Aaron, before going to trash and I meme, Aaron, would love to get your thoughts. Good to have you on the panel.
Yeah, thanks. Great to be here. I just want to bring the conversation back to state-sponsored censorship because people keep talking about social media censorship,
but this is state-sponsored censorship that we're seeing. And in prior Twitter Spaces, when we've gotten into arguments about whether or not this state is acting to basically affect censorship, the counter argument is always that, well, the state is just cooperating with or trying to be helpful to social media companies. They're not coercing them. They're not pressuring them. I think we have a lot of evidence that that's not true. But I've made the claim in the past that it doesn't have to be the case that they are coercive or pressuring. There's many different ways that the Supreme Court has established that constitute state action. I just want to go through 2 or 3 of those just so people are aware. So state action can result certainly when the state exercises coercive power over a private entity. That's pretty obvious. I think nobody on this panel would be in favor of that. But prior precedent also says that this occurs when states provide significant encouragement, either overt or covert, to private conduct. So this is from a case called Lugar v. Edmondson Oil.
That one we've seen. Right. Aaron. That one we've seen in previous files.
Exactly. Here's another one that the courts have. This is from a case called Evans v. Newton back in 1966. State action can occur when the private action is, quote, entwined with governmental policies, or when the government is, quote, entwined in its, meaning the private company's, management or control. So that's arguably going on here when you have this weird enmeshment of these public and private entities that are working hand in glove. I'll cite one more case. This is Skinner v. Railway Labor Executives. This is a case from 1989. So in addition, specific features of the government action may combine to create a compelling case for state action, especially when a federal statute has immunized private conduct. So if the state basically provides any sort of legal protection for an entity to engage in particular kind of behavior, you could argue Section 230 does that for social media companies. And one of the things that we cite in the Missouri v. Biden case over and over are written examples of the state threatening to remove Section 230 protections from social media companies if they don't engage in additional censorship. So there's multiple different ways. And just to sum up, number 1, significant encouragement. Number 2, overt coercion. Everyone's against that. Number 3, joint participation is kind of weird enmeshment. And then number 4, legal immunity combined with other factors, which arguably we're going to take away Section 230 protection if you don't start removing misinformation, which has been said over and over and over again by multiple politicians, both in the executive and the legislative branch. So I just wanted to put that out there so that people can understand that coercion is not the only way that the government can be guilty of censorship when dealing with private companies.
So when you say, can you elaborate? When you say guilty of censorship, what do you mean? Like, what can we expect? Like, if the government is guilty of censorship, is there a process for this? What action could you take in the court of law?
That's a really good question. I mean, let's say we prevail in this case. That would mean that this whole apparatus needs to be dismantled, or the government needs to remove itself entirely from this censorship industry. I suppose the private censorship industry could still exist on its own, but it won't be able to have any interaction with the state or with representatives of the state.
Sorry, guys, just to give you an update, they're just swearing in right now, so we'll probably be giving you updates as we go along. Apologies.
Oh, no problem.
That's for all good. You can, yes, Salman, whenever there's updates, just interrupt, never hesitate. There's a live testimony is happening now with Shellenberger and Matt Taiabi. I think Yoel Roth is there as well, or am I wrong? Salman, is Yoel Roth there?
Yeah, I saw a video, but I think that was just a recap.
Oh, okay, yeah, because he was there for the last testimony.
I wasn't watching, I was on the space.
Do you mind if I
starting
jump in and
Shellenberger?
clarify?
So in a bit, Piotr, if you don't mind. Shellenberger will be starting. He'll speak for 5 minutes now, so I'll just give you those updates. The team is sending it through in a group. Before going to Piotr, if you don't mind, I want to get Trash and IMEM to come in. But this one last question, Aaron, if you could keep it short, because I do want Ian to continue going through the files. Very, very quick question. Who could lead such legal action? Like, why don't social media platforms come together? And again, my questions sound naive just because I'm learning this. Can the social media platforms come together and take any sort of action?
Well, they certainly could if they wanted to, but right now it looks like they're willing to be. They're not willing to challenge the state, either because they're afraid of regulation, those implicit threats or explicit threats in some cases in the background. They're afraid of losing Section 230 protections or whatever. So
we had Mark Andreessen on the show, and he said that other social media platforms are watching the Twitter files quote unquote experiment. So if Elon succeeds in what he's doing and he's heading in the right path, if he succeeds, could that give other social media platforms the courage? Because again, we've seen hesitancy or even resistance within Twitter on a lot of the requests that we're getting. There's some previous Twitter files, and that's both from the left and the right. We've seen similar resistance in other countries that were even stricter in terms of censorship. That includes China, includes India, and the list goes on. So considering this, again, there was limited resistance in many cases, but there still was. So there are still employees in those social media platforms that oppose censorship.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Now, if they see Elon doing well with Twitter, could that give them the courage they need in the next few years?
It might. That's a really good point. Companies are risk averse just by nature, but if the tide really starts to turn, let's say we get a win in this case. Let's say maybe there's another case filed by other states or by private citizens who have been censored, and those start prevailing. That might encourage the social media companies to say, "Yeah, we've had enough of this shit. We're going to get on board. We're going to file our own lawsuit and push back as well." That wouldn't surprise me. I just don't think they're going to be the first ones out of the gate. To quote Moneyball, the first one through the wall always gets bloody. So they're going to let other people go through the wall, kind of break this open. And then they may follow suit as like a cleanup hitter.
I'm not hopeful, I'll be honest. And I think the last testimony kind of shows that it's unlikely anything will change. Look, Aaron, just seeing the response to the revelations we're seeing about the lab leak theory, that a virus that killed millions of people around the world, and some people compare it to like a new world war, the biggest threat to humanity. I know it was over exaggerated, but it was, the whole world was shut down, impacted our lives, killed millions. And we found out it possibly came from a lab that links back to Fauci and potentially links back to Fauci and others in the US. The lack of response really surprised me. It's something that major.
Me too.
I think if we're not going to act on something to that extent, I don't see the Twitter files is not that major. We'll see what the Fauci files include. I'm just really surprised by the response to the lab leak theory. Like I thought when the report came out by the Department of Energy, I think it was, I thought the world was going to explode. I tell my team guys, we're going to do one of the biggest spaces. All the media's going to cover it. Like this is fucking mental. And no one talked about it. Barely got shared, got a bit of traction. We did a big space on it. And that's it. People forgot. It's crazy. But I do want to go to
Mark, can I pop in there real quick? Just one thing I wanted to say to that, because there are two things we're fighting here. The one thing that we're fighting is what we're talking about. What's the degree to which the government is trying to press this narrative by using secondary and tertiary actors, NGOs and Twitter and Facebook and so forth. That's one thing we're fighting. We've been fighting that battle now for some months, 2, 3, maybe some could argue up to 5, 6 years. That is pushing a narrative and has gotten a narrative going forward. My friend Peter Schweitzer had a movie that he put together, a documentary called The Creepy Line, where he documented the ways that Facebook and Google were using social science to move behavior back before they were specifically trying to have specific content pushed, but they were just trying to manipulate the way people thought because of how they would present searches and information. After Trump came in led to what we've seen with Twitter files. But now we've got a public opinion that has gone to a certain place, and we're fighting that also. So when you're thinking about how people reacted to the revelations of a lab leak and it not being very strong, well, that's after many years of manipulation, 3 years in particular on that issue.
Yeah,
Now we got to fight that.
It became old news. Like, I think if the lab leak theory came out without any censorship during COVID, that's an argument to make. Like, actually, I'm not going to even dare make that argument. But like, if it came out during COVID, I think the world would have the response would have been significantly different. But that could be completely wrong.
But it kind of did, and it was shut down. Keep in mind, it did come out that way.
It got exactly. Like, got shut down before it reached the mainstream. Now it's become the mainstream, and people are like, like doctors that consider, I considered it a conspiracy back then, but doctors that considered it a conspiracy talk about it like it's the more plausible scenario. Now I've seen it live in our spaces, Jim. I won't name people, but we've had doctors in our spaces that were dismissing it in the early days of the COVID discussions that we had, the early spaces. They were dismissed it, argued against it. I think. Brian is part of the crew, so I could tell Brian, if you remember, Brian, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you remember in the early days how you and others were very dismissive of it, and then as more and more revelations came throughout the spaces, you started accepting it as a more and more plausible, and eventually you said a week or two ago, you said it's 50-50 that it leaked from a lab. It's just, we saw that happen live, and it was just so gradual that it didn't have that impact that would have led to change or response from people. But I do want to continue with the files. Sorry, go ahead, Brian, and I'll continue with the files. With Trash, I need to continue with Ian.
Yeah, I think that the more information we have, the better. And I think ideas evolve, and as information comes out, we start understanding things better. And I'm not blaming it on the government, the fact that this lab leak theory is now kind of a 50-50 thing. I'm blaming it on more just we didn't have information. And maybe the government had some of that information. I think that a lot of information is continuing to be discovered.
I want to ask you a question, Brian. And this is I'm not scared to ask questions that might be very unpopular, but they're questions nonetheless. Is there, and this is again a question before I start getting hate messages, but is there a place where censorship, intentional censorship, but temporary censorship makes sense? Again, I'm one of the people arguing against censorship through these spaces, but I'll give you an example. If there's a piece of information that could lead to people going on the streets and just, responding very negatively, so you censor the story and slowly release it as people start to cool down. That's happened multiple times. That happens all the time. Censorship that's calculated and that's temporary. Is there an argument for such censorship? Or there should never be any censorship, and if there's going to be a negative response, so be it. Maybe, Brian, you can kick off that answer, and then we'll continue with Trash and Amis.
It's like the police are looking for a bad guy, and they know where he is. But
let's say
maybe don't tell the media.
No, let's say there's a.
Mario,
let's say
that with the balloon. They did that with the balloon. If you think about it, right? The American DoD and military knew that the balloon was going to enter American airspace, but they didn't release information about it prior because they didn't want the American public to begin freaking out or to reveal too much information before they had a better chance to understand what the balloon was capable of, what its intentions were, or at least what they
so do you think, Piotr, do you think that's censorship? And I'm not saying intelligence. I'm not saying intelligence.
I don't know if it's
I'm saying censorship.
I think there's a duty of, and again, I'm not trying to go down too much of a rabbit hole with this, but I think there's a duty of governments to be tactful and timing of when they release certain information, because otherwise the fallout could lead to far worse consequences, either internally or externally, in terms of national security and so on.
They should have censored the Eagles losing.
I want to make that very clear. I don't agree with the over sort of core control. The government thinks that it has the right, not the people to determine what and what shouldn't be released when and how. But I do think that there's a component to that needs to be kept in mind if we're talking about something that could lead to significant escalation in a war.
Yeah, if you censor information that could lead to war, and could lead to war, and the military-industrial complex using that information to drum up support for war.
What about riots?
If you censor such information,
there's a big.
Oh, right. That's another example. If you censor information that could, I don't know who said this, but that's a good point.
Right.
And that was something I was thinking of. If you censor information
delay the
Is that
results
you,
of the
Kyle?
Super Bowl.
Yeah, it is Kyle. Yeah. So
you don't want
what
Philadelphia
do you think,
to know
Kyle?
that they lost the Super Bowl. You don't want them to understand that because they might flip over cars and burn things. We probably shouldn't release the results of some of the sports games that happen in the NBA playoffs because that could get violent too. Like the line you walk down gets really, really dumb and dangerous really, really fast. And so if the government is trying to have an outcome on how people may or may not, we don't get a red ball from the precogs. This is not Minority Report. So they can't do that. There's a reason why the American system is the way it is. It's not supposed to weigh in on censorship in any way, shape, or form. And the results are things that they can react to after the fact. You can't be censoring this stuff. And here's the other thing. The intelligence community has known the lab leak theory has been probably the most likely thing since early 2020. It's been classified since then. I don't know when Chris Wray got it declassified to talk about it, but it's been classified and it's been passed around, and it's been things that people wanted to disclose to Congress and couldn't because it was classified. So apparently they released that, and now they're talking about it.
But Carl,
we've known
there's
for
two
years.
different things going on here. Listen, it's one thing for the government to say we have information that we do not want to disclose to the public for whatever reason. The government's not required to say everything it knows all the time. Tell people where our spies are. Whatever.
No, but I'm not saying Aaron, that's different. No, Aaron. There's difference,
giving information and the government censoring American citizens.
Yeah, exactly.
Who are expressing a topic, which it can never do, even for a good outcome, even to prevent. Well, first of all, this utilitarian calculus that we could do this to prevent, bad things from happening. The problem with utilitarian ethics is that, first of all, it's open to abuse, right? Because you can always make up some story about what's going to happen if we do this. And second of all, you don't actually know what's going to happen. You may think that the American people are going to respond this way. You may even be right that the American people will respond in this way, but you don't know that the American people will respond in this way. And you have to respect citizens enough to allow them to pursue the truth. Right? You don't manipulate them.
I do. Hold on, Piotr. Hold on, guys. Yeah, before you do so, I do want to just kind of structure the space. Trash and iMemes, I know you've been waiting for a while. I'll give you the mic right after we go through another section of the files. But before that, Kim, I see your hand up. Would love to get your thoughts before Ian continues with the files.
Yeah, I just want to weigh in on one thing. You guys may remember when the Biden administration came in, Joe Biden requested from the intelligence community a report about the origin of COVID-19. The report came back inconclusive, saying that it's highly likely or more likely that it is a natural born virus. Now you have the same intelligence community blaming China for a lab leak, accusing them that they haven't put the systems in place to keep the facility secure. So now that the scientific evidence is there that the furin cleavage site was manipulated in a lab and that DNA was inserted into this virus to make it transmissible to humans, and it is clear that this research was funded by the U.S. government through Eco Health Alliance. Now suddenly the tune is changing, and the intelligence community, which lied to us before about the origin, is now saying China is to blame. It's ridiculous.
Well, Kim, I'll just point out that, 4 or 5 of the US agencies still align with it, a natural cause. 2 of them has since come out and said it's possibly a lab leak, and then 2 are undecided, including the CIA. So
well, the FBI director has gone. The FBI director has gone on a tour in the mainstream media, pointing the finger at China, because now it's becoming clear that the U.S. is the culprit, that they have funded this research, that Fauci lied.
Now you're losing me.
That Fauci lied to the Senate in his testimony, that he was actually falsifying data, keeping evidence under wraps, and funding scientists to write a report that claimed that this was a natural occurrence. So everything that is happening here, once again, the U.S. government is now trying to deflect and point the finger at China, when it should be clear to everyone that this virus was created by the United States government.
So we do have some updates, Sleiman. Do you want to go through some of the points that you've got from I see them in the group, that you've got from the testimony, or you want to do it in a bit? Or I think he's still listening. So we do have a few points coming in. Slayman will be reading them out. I'll ping him now. Otherwise, Ian, do you want to go through a few more tweets in the thread before Slayman jumps in with updates from the testimony, and then we'll go to trash
I'm
and.
doing something right now. Can you just keep talking, or have someone else?
Yeah, sure. Okay, man.
Can I ask a question to Carl, Mario? I got a question for Carl about.
Carl, yeah, in a bit, Piotr. I just want trash,
Sorry,
if you don't mind,
Mario.
trash and iMemes.
I
Yes,
just
I mean,
get
yeah, go ahead. I was giving you the mic. Yeah, exactly. Tell us, what do you have?
Yeah, just a very brief update. So we've had Michael Shellenberger and Matt Taiabi do the opening, and just to summarize, Shellenberger said that there was state-sponsored censorship of American citizens. Intelligence agencies were working with other agencies to censor the American people. Psychological manipulation that was used against terrorist organizations such as ISIS was then used and deployed against American citizens. And that was Shellenberger's one. And then Matt Taiabi said similar but slightly different. Twitter and the government relationship impacted on censorship of both the left and the right. So it affected people from both the aisles. So everyone should be concerned. Yeah, everyone should be concerned. Government agencies with quasi-entities were involved in censorship, and those quasi-entities were up to 20 different entities. The corporate media partook in censorship. They essentially became the arm of the state as opposed to holding the state to account. And we are in danger of losing our First Amendment right.
So what I could do as well, before we start commenting on this, Slayman, I know you're putting it into a thread and tweeting the clips as well. So if you want, you can send them through in the group, and I could read them for the audience as well. I know, because I don't want you to miss parts of the testimony if you like, but I want to go to trash discourse. We're in danger of losing our First Amendment. Do you think it's an over-exaggeration, or do you genuinely think there is such a danger of losing that important right that we have?
No, I think it's beyond in danger. I think it's crept beyond that. And actually, I'm glad you came to me at this time, because this was going to be a perfect opportunity, because I was kind of looking through, Mario, the next few posts in this thread, and I felt it was going to be very, very important to kind of reset a little bit and understand what the censorship apparatus is. And so Naeem and I've gone through a lot of his work. We've deep dived his stuff in our spaces, and I need to break this down, because like the last Twitter files, we saw the Global Engagement Center files, right? And this is this massive apparatus. It's not just social media. It's mainstream media. It's entertainment. It's got its hands in everything. Okay. And so if this is like this broad apparatus that's being run by these interagencies, and so it's not an actual agency itself, it's an interagency group of like 9 different agencies within the government that are all collaborating together to make this censorship apparatus work. But that's just part of it. The other part of it is what Naeem Redacted's thread has, right? You've got the Foreign Malign Influence Center, right? FMIC, which used to be the DHS Disinfo board, but they obviously got rid of that in like 30 days. You've got people like Shelby Pearson under the Office of the Director of National Intelligence as the elections czar. You've got people like Bill Evanina, who is at the top of this subset and working with CISA, and all of these different interagencies that are working to put together this censorship apparatus for both people on both sides. Here's the dangerous part of this. So people in here are talking about you should not be able to put disinformation or wrong information out there that may incite something. The problem is, because of this level of censorship and narrative control, a lot of people are unable to discern what's real and what's not. I'll give you an example. Russia just goes into Ukraine. I saw this video that went viral of all these jets, and oh my God, jets are flying into Ukraine, and people believe it because they're not getting information anywhere. They don't understand what they're seeing because it's been so heavily censored and crafted that when they see this, they're like, oh my God, it was a video game. It was literally a video game. So the danger, I believe, of censorship, whether good or bad, is that people are unable to discern what is true and what is not. So you've got this massive apparatus. The government's crafting this narrative. You have to believe this. We need pro-Ukraine. We need Russia bad. We need COVID scary. We need all these things. People are unable to discern what is BS and what is real when they read it. People like us who are hyper engaged, it doesn't take me very long to discern what's real and what's not, because I know how to cross check it. I know how to look at things, and I can figure it out like that. But the average person has been prevented from doing that because everything's been so carefully crafted. So your question, and I appreciate that, Mario, is our First Amendment rights under attack? It's beyond under attack. It's beyond threatened. It has completely been removed, and only until now have we had a glimpse of what that actually means and how that worked. And we have government agencies working across all medium and all platforms, not just social media, print media, legacy media, mainstream media, entertainment, all of it. And they have been able to craft what they want you to think. And from that point on, that is very, very dangerous, because then people can't discern, be objective, and use critical thinking, which I believe ultimately is the goal.
Brian, jump in, man.
Yeah,
I would
and
like
I
to
know
jump in. You know what? Because
Yeah, go ahead,
this
Memes.
subject. Can I jump in? Because this
Yeah,
is
of course, go ahead.
right. Okay. Hi. Thanks, Mario, for having me. By the way, you know what? I can follow you back. I see that I unfollowed you magically. I don't know how it happened. But you know
Hey, don't
what?
worry.
Talking about censorship, you know, I became victim. Actually, I'm in jail right now because a few days ago, when was it? A week ago, when there was a celebration and support of Ukraine in DC. People who showed up with flags, different flags, and, you know, in support of the war in Ukraine and support Ukraine. So I went to somebody's thread who was very happy about this display. And being Polish, I took a kind of offense in this whole celebration because I saw flags of neo-Nazi groups. And you know what? And I believe people are very ignorant. There's a lot of Americans, they don't know the history of Europe. And, you know, as a Polish person, I took offense of it, and I actually posted some pictures, and they got to me actually today and put me, because of them, in jail. I got pictures of neo-Nazis from my friends from Poland. They escaped, they're refugees. They need neo-Nazis. They're from Azov Battalion. And I was talking to them about, you know what, I was trying to share some light on UIA, which was Ukrainian Insurgent Army. They was responsible for death of thousands. I mean, talking about thousands and thousands Polish people during World War II. They sided with Nazis. They basically, you know what, everything what Nazis stand for, they ran with it. And people in DC actually were celebrating them. And
I understand.
you know what?
I appreciate you sharing this. And you said you went to jail for 2 days. Is that what you said, or I missed that?
No,
I
I'm in
misunderstood.
jail right now. I'm in jail right now because they to me. So if we're talking about censorship,
Twitter jail or real jail?
Hold on.
No, I'm at home, but I'm in Twitter jail, Twitmo.
Oh, okay.
You know what?
Okay, you got me. I thought you were calling us from. You're joining Twitter
I
from
was
jail.
like,
I'm like,
where'd you get
a phone from? No, I
right
appreciate.
now. That's why I can't
Oh, I understand.
go back. Okay, sorry, I wasn't clear.
I understand.
I'm
No,
in
all good. I
Twitmo
appreciate
right
it.
now
I
because
appreciate
of
sharing the story.
censorship.
Thank you. No, I understand. I appreciate sharing this. And Brian, before you jump in, Piotr, I'll let you quickly take the mic. And then Brian, the mic is yours. Also, Trash, you can help us moderate, because I know me and Slayman are working with the testimony in the background, and I know you moderate spaces, so it'd be good to have you help. But Piotr, mic is yours, man. I know you've got a lot to say, probably.
I just want to point out a couple of points, and then I'll pass back. So very quickly, one. We've got a predominant narrative on the stage, or one side of this matter. I lean slightly different to many people. In principle, I'm not against freedom of speech and censorship, but I do think that there's a difference between making inferences based on reasonable assessments and information versus bold claims, right? So I was agreeing with Kim to a certain point, and then he came out with his last point that COVID was orchestrated by the US government. That's where I don't agree. I'm not trying to reopen that or revisit that. I'm just using that as an example of where I, distinguish. A second example, as I said before, right? You had a good space yesterday. I listened to the replay on Project Veritas, right?
And what I think is interesting is how much hysteria and concern there was about 6 weeks ago about the leak of that video concerning the COVID vaccine and so on. But what happened subsequently? The head of Project Veritas, James, has been let go or fired. And what I think is interesting, and I said this in another space, which actually made quite a lot of people sit up and listen, is that if Project Veritas as an entity are not going to be open with you about them letting go of someone or be open as to why they did that, can you really trust them as an alternative source of information? Why would they fire or let go James if it was genuinely something that wasn't an internal problem? So my point being is that when we have skepticisms and concerns about mainstream media, everybody's doing it. Even the alternative media outlets that you seek to for genuine transparency may well have malign or subjective influences as well. So never question everything.
I'd say, it's a valid point. I wouldn't put mainstream media in the same basket as social media. I'd put mainstream media as like yeah, but Project Veritas more. If it's not mainstream media, I wouldn't put media and social media in the same basket. I'll tell you why. Media is media. It's biased, unbiased. It's just it's a way to distribute information. Social media is essentially replacing life itself. Like when you used to go down on the street, sit with your friends, have a coffee and talk. Those discussions are all happening on social media. So a censorship by social media is going to have significantly more impact than Fox News censoring certain information or CNN censoring certain information. That's why I consider it like the centralization of power within social media platforms is incomparable to the media. So it's just an important distinction that we've talked about in previous spaces. I do agree with your point, though, is that censorship exists. If it's not the government, it's going to be private institutions.
Everybody has an agenda, is what I'm saying. Even Project Veritas
and bias, agenda and bias.
Yeah.
And bias, even the ones that don't, even if their agenda is to be honest and share facts, like our agenda right now, or what I try to do with the spaces, is I try to share facts. I'm sure I'm going to be biased at times. It's impossible not to be, or to be completely unbiased. And I try my best not to be. When even, you've got AI that's, it's just nothing that's unbiased, because even AI is created by humans that have their own biases. So it's a very valid, point. I do want to, if you don't mind, Piotr, Brian, I know you've had your hand up for a while. Not sure if, I know that Sulaiman's going to have more information from the testimony that's ongoing right now. Ian, are you back with us before I give the mic to Brian, just so I know if he can go through the thread? Or
hey
if,
guys,
I should go to...
Just really quick, Mario, I just quickly want to respond because, again, Piotr doesn't have the information to talk about a matter that he doesn't know about. So I pinned a tweet to the top, which is a space I did with the vice president of EcoHealth Alliance about the origin of COVID-19. All you have to do is listen to that to understand how the US government funded this research, how Fauci is directly responsible for it, and how the US government is directly responsible for the creation of COVID-19. So just listen to that. Don't listen to Piotr.
It's been a while, guys. You haven't gone back and forth. I'll go to
back and forth now.
No, Brian will go. It's been a while, guys. I miss it. Brian, mic is yours.
Yeah. I was just going to touch on the First Amendment, but I mean, the conversation kind of pulled away from that, so I'm fine if you move forward.
No, go ahead. No, go back. Okay. Go back to that point, Brian. That'd be good, actually.
I mean, I know this is going to be an unpopular opinion in here. I know I sound like a broken record.
I love unpopular opinions. I love that. Tell me, what is it?
Prefacing it with that. I agree. I think the government has overreached in many areas, but I disagree that there is any solid evidence that this is a First Amendment rights violation. I think a private company taking information from the government, deciding themselves whether it breaks their own terms of service, I don't think that is a First Amendment violation unless that
So I don't go out of the house much, and I'm on social media. If I want to communicate, it's usually WhatsApp and social media. So let's say Meta or Facebook represents 95, or let's say 85 or 80% of all discussions people in the US have in total. Okay, 80% of what you say, all of it is going to be on Facebook. does Facebook still have the right to censor whatever they want as a private company? Or is there a line that's being crossed now from a private company to a public, whatever term you want to use, a public
public
or
square.
town hall,
Public square.
public
Town
square or
hall.
town hall that we've used before? And is that something that should be addressed now when we're seeing such centralization of power, centralization of discourse on those social media platforms? And we've talked about the metaverse and people moving away more and more. Every year, people move away from the physical world into that social world, that digital
I think
world.
that's a good point, and I would almost welcome that. But as the way the law is written right now, and as the way the First Amendment applies to the nation right now, it won't. That's not the case. That's not saying it shouldn't be the case. I think that Facebook or Twitter, I think that such a large portion of the country uses them that they should be considered a public square. But all other case law, there were cases in, I think, 1969 where somebody tried making an argument about a shopping mall. And there's another case, I think, of about a decade later. The Supreme Court, they decided that is not the case. Of course, they could try and take it to the Supreme Court and try and say, hey, Facebook or Twitter, they represent a town square or whatever you want to call it. But right now, I'm not under the impression at all that the First Amendment will apply to it. I don't see this going to the courts. I don't think anything's going to happen. I think that Twitter, as a private company, they inherently have the right to make their own decisions. Now, if you can make the case that the company or those who acted for Twitter in censoring speech were under the impression, based off of government threats, that they had to act or else something would happen, then that's a whole other story, and that could be considered an infringement on the First Amendment.
We've got
So
Justin. Justin just updated before you
Mario,
respond.
can
I'll
I
let you
respond
respond
to
now.
that
Just
real
a quick
quick?
update. Yeah, of course. Just a quick
Yeah.
update
So
from Justin. So Democrats are going after Taiabi and Shellenberger personally. So we're going to be
Wasserman
quoting
Schultz is up there. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is up there, and she's brought up some screenshots from an appearance that Taiabi had with Joe Rogan. The screenshot basically is a quote from Taiabi saying, "Yeah, when you're handed stuff from the government or otherwise, or from a source, that's when you really need to be careful because you've been had." And she's trying to imply, of course, that Elon basically spoon-fed Taiabi and Shellenberger this information, therefore it should be suspect. But they're very confrontational. Taiabi and Shellenberger are basically laughing it off with a little bit of smiles because they know these guys are just not equipped to handle sort of the fire that they're bringing. But they're definitely bringing out some big guns on the Democratic side to curb these folks.
And I'll be tweeting out in about a few minutes.
Sorry,
Mario,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Mario, go ahead, man. Add to that as well. They're basically insinuating that Matt Taiabi has significantly financially benefited from this endeavor.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. All right, put that in the thread. So Simon is working on a thread that I'll be tweeting on my account in a few minutes. So he's doing a lot of work in the background with the team. So I'll be doing that. I'll be sending that.
I just want to bring out the point, right? Isn't it strange how the Democrats are carrying water for the government?
And gosh, Matt Taibbi is making money on Substack because he's reporting on a story that nobody else is reporting on, that people are really, really interested.
Kind of like CNN and MSNBC.
I want to reply to Brian, what he said. And Brian, I agree with you that, social media companies are private companies and they can have their own, rules on, bullying or whatever content they want to take down. And then you did say, however, it would be a problem if the government got involved and talked about their terms of service or content moderation. So that actually did happen, and I posted it up in the thread of this lady, Shelby Pearson, who works at the Office of Director of National Intelligence, who said just exactly that they share information from the intelligence community with social media discussing their terms of service and how to remove inauthentic content. So
So my argument is that if Twitter, so did Twitter get that information and then figure?
Yes.
Okay, just let me finish. Did Twitter get that? Did Twitter get that information and then say, okay, we feel like this is in best interest for the company based on our internal policies, or did they get that information from the government and say, we have to do this, if we don't do this, we're under threat by the government? There's a clear distinction.
We don't know that. But we do know that they were getting information from the government from all different sources, CISA, and obviously the Office of Director of National Intelligence, discussing, and what's important here is what Shelby Pearson says from the ODNI, is that they discussed relative to the social media firms' terms of service, how to remove inauthentic content. So I guess the question is, do we want the government deciding the social media platforms' terms of service and how they do content moderation? And I think the answer is no.
So let's just take things into a much more severe level, and it is comparing apples to oranges, but it's just another thing, like, where do you draw the line? Like, what if somebody posted child pornography on Twitter? Does the government not have the right to say, hey, Twitter, you have child pornography on your site right now. You might want to consider removing it. That's what I'm saying.
The First Amendment does not protect, Brian, the First Amendment does not protect child pornography.
Illegal.
It's very clear.
The
government can obviously act to remove child pornography. So that's a red herring. Brian, take a look at, I co-authored a piece in the Wall Street Journal with Janine Eunice, our lawyer in this case, called The White House COVID Censorship Regime. And in there, we talk about Rob Flaherty, Director of Digital Communications at the White House. And we quote directly his interchanges with a senior executive at Twitter. What you see there is an emotionally abusive relationship where he's berating, he's cajoling, he's threatening. The threats could not be more overt. So I'm not suggesting that in every case of government action here you had that type of behavior, but there's plenty of evidence now that occurred, on several occasions. In your favor, Brian, I appreciate what you said about the possibility of social media companies maybe being more of a neutral public square. And I've mentioned Section 230 a couple of times, the law that governs these companies and what they're allowed to do. Right now, the social media companies kind of have it both ways. And what I mean by that is, on the one hand, they act like a publisher. And of course, publishers, a newspaper or a book publisher, has the right to choose what they publish and what they don't publish. And they can do all the censorship, quote unquote, censorship they want, or just exercising editorial discretion. But a publisher is responsible for all of the content that they publish, in the sense that they could be liable for libel, for slander, for defamation. The social media companies are protected by Section 230 from all of those things. So on the one hand, they want to say, well, we're like a publisher, right? Except that they're not, because you can't sue them. They're totally indemnified and protected as though they were a neutral public carrier that was not responsible for the content of what's on their platforms. So my argument is basically they shouldn't be able to have it both ways. They shouldn't be able to say, on the one hand, we're not responsible for anything that we publish, but on the other hand, we want complete editorial control over everything on our platform. We want to be allowed to censor. Pick one or the other, assume the liability for everything on Twitter, which is obviously impossible, or become a neutral public square, a neutral carrier that will protect you from liability, but that will allow basically anything that's allowed by the First Amendment of the United States, which of course doesn't include child pornography.
But here's the issue.
Go ahead, Brian, quickly respond, and then Justin, I've sent you some clips to play for the audience. Go ahead, Brian.
Every law isn't black and white. So like child pornography, obviously it's an obvious one. So you see an image that is obvious. Well, even that, you don't know if it's, how do you know if it's somebody underage or not? You don't know that all the time. So I think that every law isn't black and white. So some things might be much more clear whether it is against the law, while some things it might not be clear. So like, how do you reconcile that as a company if you have to remove everything that's illegal, but you don't actually know if something's illegal unless you try the case?
Yeah, and incitement is where it gets weird, funky, because incitement is also not protected. And where do you draw the line? What is incitement and what is not?
Brian, I still think you're talking about apples and oranges. Of course, the FBI can go to a social media platform and discuss actual illegal activity like child pornography or, whatever that may be, right? But what we're talking about here is the government is policing our thoughts and opinions, and they are coming up with what they believe is the wrong think and advising social media under this false guise of foreign disinformation.
And by the way, let me Brian, let me jump in there just a second if you don't mind. I want to clarify what Name Redacted is saying. Is my mic better, by the way, Mario?
Yeah.
Is that better? Okay, good.
Yeah.
So, listen, what's interesting about this dump today is that there is some discussion of actual foreign efforts to influence what's being spoken. Okay. Now, ostensibly, it can be useful and helpful for the government to come and say, "Hey, this is what we're seeing," and to grab up information. When it comes to foreign actors, there is, and Kyle Seraphin said this, I think, very beautifully and clearly earlier. There is absolutely zero reason or right for the federal government to come in if they believe that there is speech that is wrong, unless there is specific criminal activity taking place. So this is why the pornography analogy is just freaking stupid. It is total apples and oranges, because it's obvious that if there's obvious child pornography and someone didn't notice it, that the FBI is going to be investigating that for a crime anyway. But again, there should only be issues of warrants coming to allow much of that. Now, there might be some ability legally to let people know that they saw an actual crime while they're working to get a warrant. That may or may not be useful, but that's not the same thing we're talking about here. Someone's opinion on whether Russia was right to go into Ukraine or whether there was a lab leak out of Wuhan. There's nothing criminal happening there. That is even if they're stupid and wrong, there's nothing criminal. Even if it affects an election, then and they were saying it wrong, an American has an absolute right to even say stupid stuff under the Constitution, under the First Amendment. I've said this before. Misinformation and disinformation in particular are protected by the First Amendment. And the FBI, CIA, none of them should be coming in to preempt any of that. They shouldn't even express any concern or worry about it, because it's not their purview to do so under any circumstances, unless that speech is specifically related to a crime and they have an actual warrant to come in to preempt it. That's why what we're reading in today's and what we've read over and over again is so wrong, because having that constant flow in the manner we're hearing about it is entirely inappropriate for the federal government to be involved in.
I want to quickly go to Justin. I've just tweeted the thread with clips that Sleiman and the team are working on. So if anyone wants to have a look at it, I've pinned it above. It's on my profile as well. And we'll just working on it in the background. We'll be putting more clips there as well. Justin, did you have any clips you want to play for the audience?
Yeah.
I'm still trying to gather those together. I got the file downloading them.
Go ahead, Ian.
I just want to say the problem with the government right now is that it's behaving like a bunch of Karens, right? It's like you have everybody acting like Karens nowadays. You have stores that put rainbow pride flags in front of their store, and they try to educate you and lecture you on trans rights. Like, no one's asking them to do that, but they go out of their way to do it because they feel like it's their duty to do so.
It's their right, though.
It's their right to do so, yeah, but when you're in the government and you're acting the same way that a Karen does at a fucking store, I mean, this is the issue. It's like you forgot what your duty is. Your duty is not to promote social justice. Your duty is not to correct or stop misinformation. That is not the FBI's job, nor any of these other organizations for the most part. They're just stepping out of line and acting like Karens. I mean, this is why we're now seeing nowadays, right, where the FBI is investigating parents who are speaking out against transgenderism, how the fuck is it their job to investigate parents who are speaking out against transgenderism? How is it their job to do that? How is it their job to go after Catholics who do the Latin Mass thing, which is problematic around certain quarters? It's not their job to do these things, and here they are on Twitter telling people what they can or cannot say because they think it's their job to stop disinformation. It is not their job, and they need to stop it.
So I agree with Ian to a point.
Just very briefly, Piotr, we'll go to a clip by Justin.
Yeah,
go ahead,
30 seconds. So when Ian phrases it like that, albeit aside from the Karen point, which I find funny, but I agree with Ian. It's not the duty of these people to do that. I've never said it has been. Where I differ slightly is something that Jim highlighted, which is even the FBI or CIA have no jurisdiction to sort of preemptively do something if it poses a security risk. Really? Nothing at all? Even if it's a potentially major deterioration or escalation of a situation beyond our hands? This is my concern, is if you don't do something, then it could lead to something even worse, and then how do you come back or manage that situation?
Well, that's the reasoning, right?
You know, a lot of
social justice activists will say that if we don't speak up on behalf of trans people, there's going to be a genocide of trans people. I mean,
that's different to
Justin. Guys, let's go to the clip. Just want to go back to the hearing or the testimonies right now. Justin, you've got a clip for us?
Yeah, just a few short ones here. This was from the opening statements of Taiabi, and he's talking about digital McCarthyism, short 20-second clip.
Growing network, as Mike noted, is making lists of people whose opinions, beliefs, associations, or sympathies are deemed misinformation, disinformation, or malinformation. That last term is just a euphemism for true but inconvenient. Undeniably, the making of such lists is a form of digital McCarthyism.
I think that goes to the point we're just talking about where, when the government makes lists of people they want, and the implication is, please take these down, right? And that becomes very problematic. Here's another clip real quick. This is Taiabi firing back at the majority member who introduced him, or in his opening comments, the minority member, the ranking member there on the Democratic side, who called Taiabi a so-called journalist. Here's his quick response.
That time was spent at Rolling Stone magazine. Ranking Member Plaskett, I'm not a so-called journalist. I've won the National Magazine Award, the I.F. Stone Award for Independent Journalism, and I've written 10 books, including 4 New York Times bestsellers.
And at some point, as I mentioned before, Debbie Wasserman Schultz sort of lays into Taiabi and Shellenberger, claiming that, basically they are compromised because they've either made money or because they were spoon-fed this information. And there was a lot of back and forth there. That's a longer clip. I'm not going to post that, but there's more clips coming in. And as I get them, I'll post them up here and we'll feed them up there.
Yeah, and I've just I've put them in the thread above. There's 4 clips in the thread. So if you check above and it's pinned on my profile, you can go through the clips yourself, and we've transcribed them for you. So just getting the highlights that Sleiman and the team are working on. Discourse.
Yeah. So I just wanted to touch on a couple things. Number one, this spoon-fed comment is hilarious. So I've had a couple spaces where we were going over the Twitter files, and Matt actually popped in. And so every time he pops in, I always make sure to ask him, okay, Matt, explain to people the process of how you receive this information. So this is my first point. And he always says specifically that you have to request the information from a team at Twitter, and then they filter it back and comes back to them. So to say that it's being spoon-fed it's not true, because he has to make specific requests because there's so much data. And then the second thing I wanted to point out is that it's not such a private company when we know through all social media companies, and Bill Evanina even bragged about this on video. Go check out Name Redacted's Disinfogate threads, where he says, we have intel people working in all these social media companies, and once they're intel, you have them for life. And so if you've got intel, different agency people working in these social media companies, and they are corresponding with members within these other agencies, and then not only that, his last thread drop that he did, you had Pearson, who is the election czar, underneath Radcliffe, Daniel Radcliffe, who was the director of national intelligence under the Trump administration. He actually said that he has prohibited any of these employees or agency to get involved at these social media companies, and she went and did it anyway and basically bragged about it on camera. So you've got people within the governmental agencies that are coordinating with former members of governmental agencies that are inserted within these companies. And to say it's just a private company can do it at once, again, that is a control. And then you make the argument, you say, okay, well, this is wrong information, it's bad information, it shouldn't be out there. The problem with that, again, is that there's no free market of ideas where we can actually look at the information and discern for ourselves, because that is not what is happening here. So it's a public-private partnership. And this is, in my opinion, why it is an attack on the First Amendment. So can you point to it specifically? I don't know. But
let me add a little color to that and just say this. This is exactly how clandestine operations work when they are trying to find out information from foreign governments. I mean, let's just lay this out for what it is. Like what they're doing internally in these companies, as you just described, Trash, is what we do in clandestine work around the world and with field ops. Like this is the gravity of this situation. And again, I understand there's some degree of fungibility in terms of, someone leaves the CIA and they go get a private job, and people can argue whether or not it's all that important to note the reality that once you're in the clandestine services, you're in for life. Okay, well, maybe that's not entirely true in some way. If I grant that, which I don't, but if I grant that for the sake of argument, the effort that we have read about in this entire discourse since Elon Musk started allowing this information to be released, is we are reading about how clandestine operations, one aspect of how clandestine operations work around the world. That was never the purpose of the CIA or the NSA or DHS, and it's only slightly the purpose of the FBI, only to the extent that they have authorization to do investigation of actual criminal activities. Well, they're hardly doing any criminal investigation in anything that we're reading about them. And so we get into this discourse of, a private company, and of course you want information from the government because if you didn't know something, blah, blah, blah. No. There's a firewall. It's called the First Amendment. It's a specific firewall to protect this precise thing. And let me go further. We have a posse comitatus law, and ostensibly much of this is related to military activities. Well, a posse comitatus, a law that was passed in this country, restricts the military from doing anything domestically in terms of military operations, and that would also include military intelligence. This is the gravity of what we're seeing here. It is a serious issue. And just let me say this as someone who worked on Capitol Hill for many years. The audacity and stupidity of these congressmen who are going after journalists. Well, first of all, most congressmen are stupid. I hate to say that, and this is recorded, and I've worked in Congress. I understand that. Listen, it scares me the people we elect to Congress. I just have to say this. There are a lot of very good ones. Don't get me wrong. And I respect many of them, but there are so many of them that are just crass political actors. And when they are out, even if they disagree vehemently with Michael Shellenberger and Matt Taiabi, the way that they are treating journalists, you ought to just write it down. That's exactly how they feel about the press that doesn't work with them in the right way. Well, that's not their job. They don't have any responsibility to do that. And quite frankly, F you, we think that you're illegitimate and useless people.
Jim, do you see any change coming out of these hearings? Let's just be honest. I know a lot of people love to get too excited. And we got excited when the Project Veritas drop came in. We got excited in the early days of the Twitter files, etc. It's not common for change to follow. And it's really difficult to have such systems or such ingrained
Caroline
processes.
Was right earlier. She said that we need to be doing more than just spaces. If you're tuning in right now,
even if we do more though, look what Elon did.
I'm not talking about us, Mario. I'm saying the listeners.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
need to call your Congress people. You need to educate them on these subjects. You need to make them care. You need to make them
You dropped
realize
out, but I'll continue what Ian is saying. Is that it's a very valid point. The congressmen are there to,
they're
they wanna
representatives, right?
get
They're
the
your
votes. Yeah,
representatives.
exactly.
They want your
They want to get
votes,
your votes.
and you got to make it clear to them that this is an issue that matters to you, that the First Amendment matters. Right? You can complain to them about how your water fucking smells funny or something, but like at the end of the day, they're not gonna care if they don't know what's really pressing you. They're in DC, they're not at home. They're out of touch at this point, unless they have like a really good staff. In some cases, they do. Like Thomas Massey has a pretty good staff. But in most cases, you need to educate them. You need to call their office and make a fuss. And if a lot of you do it, even if 100 of you call a congressman, the staffer will reach out to the person he's working for and say, hey, this seems to be an issue that you can make a name of out of yourself for. So, I recommend doing that.
So
here's where I
agree with Ian to answer your question. Well, let me answer your question, Mario.
Let me just add something, Jim, because
hang on. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I actually agree with both sides. I think there's right on both sides. Aaron was saying that these companies are immune to lawsuits from libel and things like that. If they're immune to these lawsuits, they shouldn't be acting as editors because that makes you a publisher, right?
Exactly.
And that's the problem here. And I do think things like Taliban recruitment or things that create incitement should be somehow censored, or because I don't think they should be editors, they should be flagged in a way that makes it obvious. So if something has misinformation and it's obvious it's misinformation and they can put links to the fact of why it's misinformation, they should be flagged. They shouldn't be censored, because if they are, they're publishers. They shouldn't be immune to being sued then.
Yeah.
Although I think misinformation needs a flag.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
Mario, your question. Real quick,
let me answer. Name. Let me throw something out here real quick, and then you come. I apologize for interrupting, but Mario asked me a question, and I think it's important to answer it from the perspective that I'm at. Will things change? The answer, Mario, sadly, and I'm just picking up on where Trash was, is no. Because and this is my great concern. I firmly believe everything I just said just a little bit ago, and I'm giving you both the insider and outsider perspective on this because I live in both worlds now, thankfully. What happens with these hearings is that you have people who are just mere political actors. They want to get elected next time. Let me put it more crassly than that. For many of these members of Congress, they are more worried about their $174,000+ a year paycheck than they are about your rights. Now, that doesn't mean they give no thought to your rights or no care or concern for it, because even the most crass and corrupt of them do to some extent, because they understand we work under a constitutional situation in the United States. But that ultimately, if their $174,000 paycheck is on the line, or their ability to obtain that $300,000 or $400,000 a year paycheck when they go into to do lobbying after they leave Congress is at risk, then they will say, a pox on your rights. I would rather keep winning my election and set myself up for that. And when I tell you this, folks, I'm saying this seriously. There is a large number of people in Congress for whom that is the specific calculation. We started giving livable salaries to congressmen instead of just reimbursing them for expenses as we used to do in the 19th and early 20th century, because ostensibly it was just wealthy people who were getting elected because they were the only ones who could afford to do so. Okay, well, we did that. Well, what did we get? We got the other side of human greed, the necessity to maintain my elected position. This is why it's going to be very hard for this to change. You have Mitch McConnell and Mitt Romney and other senators blasting on Tucker Carlson for putting out information that the American public have a right to know on something as serious as just happened on January 6th, 2 years ago, plus years ago. This is why this whole narrative of do we have a uniparty is a problem.
Yeah, just on that point, I would yeah, go ahead, Naim. Go ahead.
I want to answer your question too, like, do we expect change, or can we take these committee hearings serious? And I will say, up to this point, I don't expect anything to really come of this. The investigators on these committees have been briefed and given this information. They know about Shelby Pearson. They know about Bill Evanina. They know all the work that Mike Benz has done on CISA and all that. They know all of this. But to date, we're getting testimony. I mean, it's fine to have Matt Taiabi up there, and that's great. But unless Congress starts actually calling the perpetrators, Chris Krebs, Shelby Pearson, why are they subpoenaing Nina Jankowicz for a little group, the Disinformation Governance Board, that was shut down? They should be subpoenaing Shelby Pearson, and who used to run that this Foreign Malign Influence Center, and the current person who runs the Foreign Malign Influence Center, which is Jeffrey Wickman, because these people were meeting with CISA and social media. They were meeting with CISA on a weekly basis and social media on a monthly basis. And then Chris Krebs and Elvis Chan, like the perpetrators of the censorship apparatus. Those are the people that need to be called to testify and deposed, frankly. So unless they start doing that, then I will start taking it serious that they actually want to get to the bottom of where there was this crossing the line of domestic censorship, which is a civil liberties violation. And they're not doing that yet.
No, 100%, Dame, and I agree with you. And that's kind of the point here, because so we can identify who's actually behind it, and they're not calling them up. Instead, they're doing softball questions. It appeared to me in the last hearings that they were trying to drive the conversation away from social media and to directly just at the FBI in general, but not actually bringing up the people that were responsible for doing this and heading up these departments and basically, like you said, meeting with them once a week. And again, to Jim's point as well, this is something that's probably going to be never ending. The only way that I can see that this changes is if you get the culture to change, which means that more reach and more people need to understand this, because again, it needs to be more than just politically expedient. It actually has to be like a culture change that has been manufactured, as we can tell, up into this point. And so I'm hopeful in the sense that we are actually now being able to see what the cancer is within the system. Now, is there going to be enough appetite for politicians and for media and everybody to hold these people accountable? That remains to be seen. I am hopeful that there is a crack in the dam here, because we do see it. And I think that this information can get out. And if there's anything positive that come out of these hearings, if they're not going to bring up the people they need to be, then maybe, just maybe, getting into the populace and having this conversation is going to have people rethinking what their preconceived notions were, Mario. So.
Yeah, I'll let you jump in. In the meantime, I will bring up new speakers while Justin prepares more clips. Slyman, is there anything? Can you hear me, Slyman? Let me ping him if you can't hear me. Let's see if there's it. Can you hear me on the space? Let's see if there's any other updates in the. Oh yeah, anything new in the testimony? Anything interesting worth mentioning?
Yeah. There's been a few interesting points. Let me just get lost here 1 second.
Yeah, Justin, you can see in my thread as well. There's a few clips if you want to play any interesting ones there. And Justin, you can send it to. Sorry, Slyman, you can send to Justin. I'll send you his phone number. Any interesting clips, so we can play them for the audience. I just don't want us to have all the entertainment for ourselves. So you can play interesting clips and not useless ones.
Yeah, cool. So there was the point that in terms of Richard Stindl, who was affiliated with Hamilton 68 and various other agencies, that he said every country does propaganda on its own people. So they basically saying that was the objective. Then the counter to that point was that, and the argument was that this whole Twitter files is a biased endeavor. And the example that was given was that Trump's White House tried to take down content from Chrissy Teigen. And when Matt Taiabi and Michael Shellenberger were asked that were they aware of this, they said they weren't aware, thus indicating biases in terms of the leaks that were occurring. And so, they were a couple of the main points at the moment. Shellenberger said that up to this point, no one from the Twitter team has denied any requests that they've made. So that's just a summary of what's happening right
now. I see Emergent, by the way, in the audience. Emergent would love to have you on stage as well. But there's nothing substantial yet. I'm going through the thread as well. So we'll see. I just don't see anything interesting, and they're trying to discredit them. They're trying to show bias with a line of questioning. Piotr, anything to add before Ian? By the way, I want to continue going through the Twitter files. Ian or Trash, can you guys go through after Piotr and
Trash can read it.
just go through the?
Trash can read it.
Yeah, Trash. Yeah, if you can go through, I'll give the mic to Piotr. Also, I might bring up speakers without being vetted. I want to give that a shot again. So if it doesn't work out, if you get brought down, don't be offended. Just to get some other opinions as well. But Piotr, anything to add quickly? Because I want to continue going the thread, because we have a Twitter files drop and we have the testimony. We're trying to go through both. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, no, I think I think this is a good discussion. I think we've got a balanced array of opinions. I think there's a predominant perspective over others, and I'm not going to be in the majority in that. And again, I think it comes down to context is important, and so is intent. As I've always emphasized, I asked Elon this very question about would there be, to what extent are you going to patrol the freedom of speech when it came to the removal of, Ye when he made that image upload of the David and Nazi and so on, right? And he said it's incitement to violence is definitely something that he draws a line to and other things. So even on Twitter, the place that we're all harking around as being a source of undisputed freedom of expression, there are still limits. And so I think that that's just something that we should keep in mind when we're talking about these things. I'm certainly against not being able to speak your mind. And there was a good message I had from someone else who was just asking a question, so I'd be curious for their takes on it on the stage. How does more information, which will include dis and misinformation, solve the problem? It will potentially make it worse because it would change the direction and exacerbate already, precarious situations, right? So basically, like the balloon, right? If we released that information too soon, it could have made the situation far worse than it already was. But equally, I understand people not being happy with that.
Emergent, you've been in our spaces recently. Love your opinion on everything you're hearing. You've never been in our Twitter file spaces. What are your thoughts? I'm not sure if you've listened to our previous spaces on the Twitter files, but what are your thoughts? What do you expect from these testimonies? And then we'll get Tava's thoughts, and we'll continue going through the drop. Anything to add, Emergent?
Yeah, I just hopped on and saw this one. I actually have not read through the thread yet, but I think the interesting thing about the testimony is just going to be how are they going to justify this request for what is essentially a violation of First Amendment of trying to monitor journalists. I'm just really curious how they're going to try and spin that. It's just, to me, it's pretty insane.
All right, Tav, anything to add, my friend?
Why don't you check out the thread, and I'm sure I'll have some comments on it.
Yeah, all good. Cool, I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, go ahead, Tav.
When it comes to freedom of speech, publishes, you have bad actors who pretend to be publishers or the press, and they're not as such. What they're doing is coming around pretending to be for free speech, but also spreading disinformation. So I've read all the Twitter files, and all of the Twitter files is basically saying that you have people that's basically messing with national security or our defense. So when you spread misinformation on the internet, that is not free speech. That is a coordinated operation to basically weaken another nation or another country. People have to be specific with what they're talking about.
I think if the misinformation is being spread by U.S. citizens, that's their right. They can say whatever they like, and I think the responsibility.
It's also treason.
No.
Hold on. And you're talking nonsense. You don't get to decide what is disinformation, right? You don't have. I mean, who watches the Watchmen?
Yes.
Like you can't have the government being like, "Well, I decided it's disinformation because I'm the expert."
Well, by the way, we have coordinated misinformation campaigns. You know what they're called? They're called elections. Like you cannot preempt people from putting out information that they believe in, that they think is important for where the country should go.
Would you say, Jim? Would you say it's censorship? You know, the community notes. Would you consider that as a light form of censorship?
Well, no, I don't. I think
Not
that they can be
anyone.
useful. In fact, I've had a couple community notes come on things that I've put up, and I disagreed with them. I also saw one that was useful to me, I felt. So, no, if it gives listen, that's a whole lot different than like what I posted up yesterday. I was on YouTube on my television set on my Amazon Fire TV thing, and they had a preemptive thing in their YouTube put on this.
Let's Jim, before you continue, I just want to continue with, because I interrupted Tav. So Tav, do you think a solution, before we continue going through the thread, just want to clear that point, and then we'll continue going through the thread, and then a few clips afterwards. But do you think? Yeah, go ahead, man. I was going to ask you a question.
Okay.
No, not the solution. A question, bro. A question. So my question to you is the following. Do you think if someone's spreading misinformation, don't you think having community notes, like an open source way to kind of point out that this is misinformation, is better than censoring it? And I'll tell you why. By the way, I understand where you're coming from more than some, because I know that I hate misinformation. I genuinely hate it since I was a kid, because I know the damage it could cause. So I understand where you're coming from. But the point I have is the people that are censoring quote unquote misinformation, or let's say it is misinformation, that, it might start out as a good thing, okay? But then when someone has that level of power, that's where abuse of power comes in. And that's where, as long as that there is that level of power in anyone's hands, it could be used for good, but it could be used for their own good. And that's why I think community notes or an open source way to deal with misinformation could be a better solution. What do you think?
I agree. It should be a way to flag any account that's spreading misinformation. Because if you look in the last Twitter files, it says that you're basically guilty by association. So you could be talking to a bad actor on social media and not even know it, and then you're shadow banned or something like this. So I agree. The censorship is way out of hand. It should be a way to flag these bad actors. That way other people who are not bad actors don't fall in the same category as the people who are doing this mess, man.
No, I'm with you there. I'm glad we agree on that point. And I appreciate you sharing that point. Like, I think there is, I just don't want us to kind of move away from the importance of, I don't want to diminish the damage that misinformation can cause, but I just don't think censorship is the answer. But I'm glad you brought that up, man. I will go to Trash. Trash, man, can we continue going through the thread while Slayman and Justin prepare clips and updates for us from the hearing? From the testimony?
I've got it pulled up here. We were left off, I believe, on 13. So if everybody can hear me okay, it sounds like they can.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So number 13, NGOs idly serve as a check on corporations and the government. Not long ago, most of these institutions viewed themselves that way. Now, Intel officials, quote, researchers and executives at firms like Twitter are effectively one team, or signal group, as it were. So there's actually an email here from Nick Pickles to a lot of the people that are in this. And they didn't black out everybody, but they have the names, but maybe not where they came from. But just real quick. So, hi all. Yoel and I thought it might be useful for us to have a signal group to keep in touch in the coming weeks. If you'd like to be added, please reply with the number you'd like me to add. We're also thinking about potentially having a check-in on either the 2nd or afternoon of the 3rd. Let me know if you think that would be helpful. Thanks, Nick. So these are all the people that are going to be in this signal group that are going to be coordinating to try to keep from everything getting scattered and centralize everything in one place, what they want to have censored and talk about moving forward. So they're streamlining it. Number 14, the Woodstock of the censorship industrial complex came when the Aspen Institute, which receives millions a year from both State Department and USAID, held a star-studded confab in Aspen in August 2021 to release its final report on information disorder. And so it's just showing the screenshot here, where it looks like they were awarded $10.32 million to the Aspen Institute. And so they've actually got a screenshot right here of another one, which they were given. This is from the USAID. And there's another $6.5 million. So at this point now, you're talking about $16.8 million from these two different governmental agencies. And then it actually
so where's that money going to? Sorry, Trash?
It's going to the Aspen Institute. So a lot of you, I don't know if you guys know what the Aspen Institute is, but a lot of former CIA officials work for it. It works in conjunction with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Atlantic Council. And so this is not just a domestic, this is actually a global connection here that's going on, Mario. It's kind of crazy. So, and we saw that again. If you pull up Name's thread, Name, you're here. The Aspen Institute, it was connected with, I believe that was under the connection with CISA, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So CISA is the cybersecurity agency for the government. And so basically Aspen Institute works directly with those guys, Atlantic Council. So this is where the big apparatus of censorship is actually coming in. And this is where it interconnects with the global, the GEC. Snort 15, the report was co-authored by Katie Couric and Chris Krebs, the founder of DHS's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is CISA. Yoel Roth of Twitter and Nathaniel Gleischer of Facebook were technical advisors. Prince Harry joined Couric as a commissioner. So you've got a screenshot here of the commissioners of this group. Prince Harry, Will Hurd, former congressman. You got Dr. Aaron Ford, which is a Nevada Attorney General. Yasmin Green, Director of Research and Development at Jigsaw. Katie Couric, who we all know who she is. And Marla Blow, who is the President Chief Operating Officer of the Skoll Foundation. So this is essentially kind of like the group that they're putting it together. And also, so a technical advisor.
Putting what together? So I'm just trying to put, sorry, Trash, I haven't slept in a long time. So if I'm slow, I apologize. But putting what together?
The report that the Aspen Institute's Commission on Information Disorder, that report was put together by this group.
Okay.
So
the report includes what?
It's called the Commission on Information Disorder. It's not included here, but essentially it is saying what is misinformation, disinformation, where it's coming from, and so on and so forth. So
they're determining what should be and what shouldn't be censored. So we're just seeing all these different organizations, all these different agencies tell the social media platforms what should be and shouldn't be censored. Do you say they're watching?
I said they're the watchmen. You know, if you read the novel, they're the watchmen. They decide what is good and what is not good. I mean, this is scary stuff. Okay.
Maybe I can share a little bit on what Trash is saying. The bottom line is CISA under the DHS, Chris Krebs, they were the central apparatus in this censorship, effort. Okay. Now CISA would get intelligence from the Office of Director of National Intelligence. They'd meet weekly. Okay. And then they would have those meetings. And then CISA would also be the liaison between the FBI, ODNI, DOJ, and with social media on monthly conference calls. As well as CISA would farm out these contracts to say the Election Integrity Project, these like private sector, nonprofits that would do these bulk collection data of misinformation and send these files back into CISA or even directly to Twitter or the social media platforms. And then you'd also have the State Department with the GEC doing the same exact things, bulk collecting of misinformation and giving out contracts and grants to other third-party nonprofits to do the same, and then send all this flood of information. So when you see in these Twitter file releases where these like Excel spreadsheets of like thousands of accounts or tweets, that's where it's coming from. And CISA was the central hub of acting as a liaison between government, private sector, and social media, if that makes sense.
Before we continue, Trash, sorry to interrupt you guys. Justin, I know you've got a clip for us just to go back quickly to the testimony, just to get a bit of an update there. What do you have for us?
Sorry. Yeah, here is the exchange, or one of the exchanges between Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Matt Taibbi. Now, the congresswoman here from Florida, she's got a couple posters behind her. One of them is of the appearance of Taiabi some years ago, maybe with Joe Rogan. But let me just play this 30-second clip, and then we'll go to another clip of hers.
You violated your own standard and you appear to have benefited from it. Before the release of the emails in August of last year, you had 661,000 Twitter followers. After the Twitter files, your followers doubled, and now it's 3 times what it was last August. I imagine your Substack readership, which is a subscription, increased significantly because of the work that you did for Elon Musk. Now, I'm not asking you to put a dollar figure on it, but it's quite obvious that you've profited from the Twitter files. You hit the jackpot on that Vegas slot machine to which you referred.
Okay,
this is cute. This is cute.
That
was an adorable argument.
Like her driver was a spy for the Pakistani government, and she had no idea.
Oh, did we lose you, Mario?
Oh, sorry, I don't know, I was muting. But I'm just saying that I don't care who she is. The argument itself is pretty irrelevant. So I just
she's actually lecturing on ethics is quite the irony coming from her. Here's another minute clip here. Taiabi actually responds.
Professional Journalists Code of Ethics asserts that journalists should avoid political activities that can compromise integrity or credibility. Being a Republican witness today certainly casts a cloud over your objectivity. But a deeper concern that I have relates to the ethics of how journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you agree with that?
I think it depends.
Shellenberger. Oh, it's Taiabi.
Really? You wouldn't agree that a journalist should avoid spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach a foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion?
Congresswoman, I've done probably a dozen stories involving whistleblowers. Every reported story that I've ever done across 3 decades involves sources who have motives. Every time you do a story, you're making a balancing test.
Okay.
And so the ranking chairman the ranking minority co-chair goes on to lambaste Taiabi and Shellenberger and try to catch them in a series of issues. She asks them, how many employees do you know worked at Twitter in this capacity? They don't know. How many emails did you have access to? Was it millions? I don't know. It's basically just cross-examination BS, if you will. But yeah, it's quite the interesting thing to see that the Democrats aren't letting this go past lightly. I think they know when you're taking flack, you're over the target. So we'll see where things go from here.
Yeah, and I think the second point that she was trying to make is highlighting I think she was trying to imply a certain bias. Is that right, Justin?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they have a vested interest in seeing that these people are basically rubes for Elon, and they're trying to make him out in that fashion. I think in the end, Taiabi and Shellenberger, Taiabi has this constant smile on his face right now.
Justin and Ian, who was the journalist that ended up tweeting something that Elon sent, and Elon wasn't happy with it, and they kind of went back and forth on Twitter.
Berenson.
Oh, it's Berenson. And has he sent them anything since?
No, because Berenson's a fucking clown.
Yeah, the last tweet.
The guy is full of shit. Berenson's full of shit. He used the Twitter files, access to it, to promote his nonsense, and he didn't even do it properly. I mean, he barely released anything. It was just like a personal attack on someone he didn't like. That's all it was.
Yeah, it was. It's an interesting look. Alex, I've known him now for 3 years. He's basically a soloist in this great orchestra, right? And he does some great work. His tome is pretty large, and he's not a team player. And I think Elon was looking for people that wanted to sort of engage on a more regular basis here. So that's kind of that's Taiabi and Shellenberger. I think had a better rapport for that.
So I've just, Piotr, you can take the mic while I add Justin to our media group just to send him more clips, and then we'll go back to, actually now, if you don't mind, Piotr, let's go through a few more quick tweets before we continue with our discussion, because I know there's a lot pending. Sorry, Piotr. Go ahead,
no problem.
Crash.
So to kind of refresh us of where we were, basically it's showing here right now that there was this, report that was put together from Aspen Institute, and the funding came from a couple different agencies, the USAID, and it also came from the Department of State. and it's a tune of about $16.8 million to put this together. And then the people that were on it were the people I mentioned earlier, and then how it kind of all fit in here. And so their taxpayer-backed conclusions is that the state should have total access to data to make searching speech easier. Speech offenders should be put in a holding area, and government should probably restrict the disinformation, even if it means losing some freedoms. So there's a screenshot here. Key stakeholders: government, pass law or empower independent agencies like the FTC to mandate disclosure of data and provide legal safeguards that protect user privacy. So you guys remember the FTC, which is going to come up next. Holding areas: new posts from influencers with repeat bad behavior should be placed in a holding area that allows for manual moderation and scrutiny, helping limit the potential for additional misinformation to spread quickly. And then also demonetization is part of this. Remove access to product features for violative behavior, posting monetization or amplification. And so I do want to remind people real quick, if you don't mind, just real quick as I go to 17. So I understand maybe like if there is actual quote unquote misinformation campaigns and some people that maybe are globally thinking or that support kind of suppressing that. The problem is from the last Twitter files drop, it showed crystal clearly on that list of people with names that were submitted, they were normal American citizens. They were not part of a Hindu nationalist propaganda wing. It was not part of some Russian propaganda. It wasn't part of anti-Ukraine propaganda arms. These were just normal people that had opinions on the internet. So this is giving them the power to be able to do that at their discretion. Yeah, Justin, go ahead.
No, here's another clip. One of the things that has taken place is that Representative Stacey Plaskett, who is the minority leading member on this committee, she basically tried to press them again, as I mentioned, on a number of issues, and trying to get them to reveal sources, essentially. Jim Jordan calls her out for that. There's an exchange. I don't have that yet. But then they come around to another Democratic Congresswoman, Sylvia Garcia, Texas, and you can hear this exchange where, again, they're trying to get sources out of Taiabi. Like, at one point, Plaskett asks him, well, who was it at Twitter that gave you access to these emails? It was very basic, sort of like poking at journalism type of stuff on this committee. Jim Jordan knows it's very ironic, but here we go. Let me play this clip. This is Representative this is Representative Sylvia Garcia from Texas trying to get Taiabi to reveal his sources.
Approach you about writing the Twitter files.
Again, Congresswoman, that would...
I just need a date, sir.
But I can't give it to you, unfortunately, because this is a question of sourcing, and I don't give up. I'm a journalist. I don't reveal my source.
It's a question of chronology.
No, that's a question
because
of sourcing.
Because you earlier said that someone had sent you through the internet some message about whether or not you would be interested in some information.
Yes, and I refer to that person as a source.
So you're not going to tell us when Musk first approached you?
Again, Congressman, you're asking a journalist to reveal a source.
So then you consider Mr. Musk to be the direct source of all this?
No, now you're trying to get me to say that he is the source. I just can't answer your question.
He isn't. If you're telling me you can't answer because it's your source, well, then the only logical conclusion is that he is, in fact, your source.
Well, you're free to conclude that.
Well, sir, I just don't understand. You can't have it both ways, but let's move on.
No, he can. He's a journalist.
No, he can't, because either Musk is the source and he can't talk about it, or Musk is not the source. And if Musk is not the source, then he can discuss his conversations with the source.
No one has yielded. The gentlelady's out of order. You don't get to speak.
She's out of order because he's interrupted.
Chairman,
you're not recognized.
He is not said that. But he has said
this is hold on. Justin, I just want to say something, Justin. If anyone ever criticizes my space for interruptions, I'm going to play this clip every single time anyone criticizes. This is your government. just saying. But yeah, that was more of a humorous clip there,
Can
Justin.
Continue? I would like to hear them yell at each other.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Justin, continue.
That's Jim Jordan. So Jim Jordan interrupts things, and then you can hear Plaskett interrupt as well, as they basically are trying to say, I'm not trying to get the source, but who was your source? It was Elon, right? And so what a crazy mess. I don't think there's really anything more except for more, and Taiabi during this whole time is just laughing and smiling. He ends just taking a swig of his water there. It's a really humorous clip. I'll get this on top of the thread here. Oops, sorry. That's playing again. I'll find a couple more clips, but the state of it is basically, it's a real contentious one. I think, to date, the Democrats haven't been very keen to play sort of the devil's advocate or to play the wrenching pad against some of the people who have been testifying before this committee, but they're pulling out the big guns this time.
Well, and let's keep in mind, at least what I'm hearing, and I'm not at a place where I can listen to the entire hearing, but what you're seeing is an attack on the people who you feel are, and I'm saying the you is the Democrats on this committee, they feel that Taiabi and Shellenberger and Elon Musk are a threat to them, so they have to make them look bad. They're not asking substantive questions, or at least not very many of them. And that's the way politicians work. It's why people are right to hate politicians. And this is on both sides of it very often when you're talking about elected political leaders, because they have to put these people down instead of see if the substance is true. That's the challenge that we've got in politics, certainly in the United States. It's the same way in other parts of the world
it's everywhere,
as well.
trust me. We'll go to Piotr, who's been waiting for a while, and then we'll continue.
It's always Democrats, I mean, whenever I watch these hearings, it's always this fucking Democrats who come in with their low IQ opinions and they start attacking the witnesses without even listening to them. Have you ever sat in on a Rashida Tlaib one where she's talking to people about the dangers of vaping and she just goes on a fucking tangent about how vaping is more dangerous than cigarettes? These people are absurd. These people are dumb. I don't know.
I would say I'd go both sides of the aisle. I think that the same happens on both sides of the aisle. I think they discredit anyone they don't agree with. Some politicians more than others.
I disagree with that. I don't think it's both sides. I mean, on the one hand, you have people who are educated on the matters, people who care about, the Constitution. On the other hand, you have people who want to tear down the country. That's the reality of America right now.
Well, and by the way, let me add to that.
Before you add to that, actually, Jim, before you add to that, I just want Piotr to respond because I know he's been waiting for a long time, or Joa.
Sure.
Yeah, just mine's really quick. It's 2 seconds.
Sorry, Joe, I'm going to go.
Go ahead, Piotr.
Yeah, mine just 2 seconds. Just to Ian's comment about intelligence.
I think it's just.
Hold on, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Piotr, and then Joa.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to be a bit more forthright. Yeah, it's a case of Democrat bashing. Look, I think both parties are problematic. I think this is reflective of a discussion you need to have about the broader political system in America. As I've always said, I don't think two-party state systems work. It doesn't give enough choices for the people. You've got factions within both parties that want to, take the party one way or another. So that doesn't help unity and therefore effectiveness in policy making. It's all problematic. What I do want to just point out about that clip was I was just like, Justin, where did you get that rerun of Mario Spaeth from, October or November? I literally thought I was listening to that. But I do think I agree with Jim on the point that it's more about profiling the questioner than it is really about talking about the matter at hand. And this is a subtle thing that policy makers, politicians do. Again, a lot of this is optics, right? The Republicans are going to do this to discuss some previous things over Hunter Biden or Democratic skeletons and closets. And the Democrats are going to do this if they think that, Elon Musk has associations with the Republican Party or that things aren't going in the favor of their own agenda. So both sides are going to do it. What I do think is a lot annoying about these commissions, I've attended a few sometimes, is that they go round in circles. You never really get to the crux of the matter. And it's quite performative politics. So I wasn't surprised to hear her asking those questions, but equally I'm disappointed that we're not seeing a genuine intent to improve the status of the political system and protect the First Amendment or whatever it is, right?
And I think we're all, by the way, Piotr, we're all guilty of it. Like, I'm not going to point fingers at anyone on the panel now or before, but if you all just think about words you've said, if you disagree with, if someone said something you don't like, I've seen it many times on the space, and I'm talking about previous episodes we did where you just start attacking the person. Oh, this person did this, this, and that. Well, it doesn't matter what they did. What we're talking about is exactly what they said. So I think it's pretty common for someone to do this, and I'm not surprised to see this in this testimony.
Well, and Mario, I've said for years of working in politics, I've said this statement over and over again. People get tired of it. I said, this politics thing would be easy if I didn't have to deal with people. Exactly. that is fundamentally what's there. But I listen, I think everyone should read Washington's farewell address, George Washington's farewell address. He talked about the problems of partisanship. And so, Piotr, it's not just a two-party system, although I think there are some unique problems with how we have developed a two-party system here. And by the way, it's
too binary. Like two parties, it's just
well, and the two parties have the two parties for decades.
Two of them are the same.
Yeah, the two parties the two parties for decades in the United States have built a legislative system that is something of a détente so that they can maintain that status. It's a real problem in the United States. That having been said, though, it can be just as problematic in parliamentary systems, and it's certainly obviously problematic.
Right? Canada has this big issue where you have two parties. You have you have Trudeau's party, and then you have Jagmeet Singh's party. They're basically the same party, but they dominate the vote by forming a coalition against the Conservatives. So the Conservatives have no chance of winning anything.
And the big problem, the big thing
you just made a comment that the dumb Democrats or the Democrats are all idiots. Psychology Today actually did a report and studied what the intelligence level is of who's a Republican, who's a Democrat in Congress, and you'd be very shocked. And I'm not going to say the results because I'm going to get 1,000 hate DMs. But that also goes into the electors. If you look at the percentage of college graduates that voted Democrat versus Republican, it also sways greatly. So, your comment's actually not true.
These are the same people who urge that we lock down everything and then destroy our economies. I mean, these are the people we're taking advice from. So I don't give a shit about their college education. I think credentialism is a fucking mistake. They hand out these papers like candy these days, and we're supposed to take them like as if they're erudite. No, they're far from the college graduates of 50 years ago. So no, I
well, they mattered when we went, right? I mean, they were getting rid of the MCATs and the SATs and the LSATs.
Before
now they're not.
Good to have you, Protocol. How are you?
I'm all right.
Good?
The hearing bullshit so far.
Protocol's there. Protocol's there.
Justin, you've got another clip?
Yeah, I got two more clips here, but I'll just say from a personal experience, I think I mentioned before, our team was the main support team behind Scott Atlas when he was at the White House. And at one point I was trying to just understand, well, you're decimating these people. Why aren't they changing course? What's going on? He says, Justin, you just got to know these people are dumb. So, hang on. Let me get, this is Representative Bishop, North Carolina. This is something that the Congress, people have been doing of late, and it bugs me, but, I'm not quite sure the context here. He's got his phone and he's holding up a clip. I think it's of Taiabi or something. And then he asked Taiabi to comment on it. Let's just listen in and see if you can make sense of this.
Country creates their own narrative story. And my old job at the State Department was what people used to joke as the chief propagandist job. We haven't talked about propaganda. Propaganda, I'm not against propaganda. Every country does it, and they have to do it to their own population.
Every country does it. Every country does propaganda, and they have to do it to their own people, is what Mr. Stengel said. If I understand correctly, he was the head of the Global Engagement Center at its creation, right?
He was, and in his book, Information Wars, there are a number of passages where he talks about creating a whole of government solution to the information problem. He hastened to say that he didn't want to create a quote information ministry, but what he was describing roughly approximates that.
In the half minute I've got left, he also was associated with Hamilton 68, right?
The Global Engagement Center certainly had ties to Hamilton 68.
I think it's closer than that. Well, that'll come out.
Okay.
Well, that's interesting. The Stengel, of course, is at the center of this whole thing. Name redacted. Some thoughts on that real quick?
I guess the one point they said about him wanting to create sort of a center of, to manage this information, it has happened, and that is the Foreign Malign Influence Center. So there is a central, and that was passed in law. So it can't just be easily shut down. That was passed it was open through the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. So the Foreign Malign Influence Center, they have it. That's what they have. Mm-hmm. It's doing the same thing as the Disinformation Governance Board that was shut down. And, it speaks for itself. That's what Stengel was talking about.
The real problem with that, the real problem with the Foreign Malign Influence Center is that the way that they're going to, because it's an authorized institution, the way that they're going to come in and go after speech. It gives them a great excuse because everything's the Russia hoax or Ukrainian influence into blah, 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 whatever they want to throw in there. Iran is, and we saw a lot of Iran stuff in the files today. So they're going to twist everything just like they did with the Russia hoax and a lot of different things. They're going to twist in some foreign influence thing to try to stop other speech that they'd also like to stop. That's what's really harmful about that.
The bottom line is if they don't like a narrative being pushed on social media, to get around the domestic issue that they cannot censor domestic speech, they will label it as foreign, sponsored or amplified, and it will get brought down. They will order social media companies to take it down. And
but what they're showing is this organization is claiming public facing, is claiming to be neutral and objective. And its founder and leader is publicly saying he believes in propaganda and it being pushed on a domestic population. These are the orgs they pointed to, the government, education institutions, corporate media, and said, you can trust these people. They were all funded by the government, whether the contractors themselves, the NGOs, etc., and by their own words. They were out there to push propaganda.
Now, remember, exactly to your point, when the GEC was founded through an Obama executive order, their first mission was they were the ones that actually put out a narrative to counter ISIS and Al Qaeda. So they were publishing counter narratives and pushing them, foreign in these foreign countries. And now it's been pushed back onto, what we're seeing through the Twitter files on in the U.S. to, our citizens. So are they also publishing their own false narratives to counter what we're putting out,
It's mission
like
creep.
lab leak theory, for instance?
And in U.S. SOCOM, as reported in The Intercept a couple of days ago, in 2020, they launched an initiative to use deepfakes and IoT devices to push out propaganda. So that's something concerning, and you guys need to check that out.
Yeah, see, so that's like, aside from the censorship debate we're having and that we know that they're taking down content online, are they also putting out their own narratives who are really the people putting out disinformation? And it is our government, and Stengel says he believes in propaganda. That is disinformation.
Yep, and keep in mind, U.S. SOCOM is DOD, so this is a big deal.
I've got another clip here real quick. This is from Taiabi again, and he's talking about the FBI and what he discovered through that. The short clip, 45 seconds.
The FBI was essentially doing word searches keyed to Twitter's terms of service, looking for violations of terms of service, specifically so that they could make recommendations along those lines, which we found interesting.
Do you believe it's the FBI's responsibility to police the terms of service for a private company?
I do not. I think you cannot have a state-sponsored anti-disinformation effort and also without directly striking at the whole concept of free speech. I think the two ideas are in direct conflict.
I think that's a fascinating take there, which is to say, do you think the FBI should be doing this trolling? I mean, essentially, we know what they're up to, right? It's like, well, we're just pointing out and being a helpful citizen to take down these particular posts that are against your service anyways, right? And we know what they're trying to do, right? And it just becomes hugely problematic, if not anathema, to the founding of, our country there.
So, now I know a lot of focus is on the FBI, but just remember, the Office of Director of National Intelligence is the top dog. They are the supervisor of the entire intelligence community, and their elections are Shelby Pearson. I posted it at the top. She said exactly that the Office Director of National Intelligence, which includes, the FBI under them, they share intelligence with social media, discuss their terms of service of these platforms, and find ways to remove what they deem as inauthentic content. So this is very intrusive. Do we want intelligence, not just government? Do we want the intelligence community to be discussing the social media platforms' terms of service and basically how to sort of rewrite that or use that to remove content that the intelligence community deems as misinformation?
Yeah, a perfect example. We had when in the FOIAs that I got back from my lawsuit, with the BOLO meetings, the be on the lookout meetings, what the government would do, the CDC, the HHS, is they would put together, here are some examples of some posts, right, that we think are just the types of things that you should be on the lookout for, right? Well, they actually included the URLs in there, the Instagram posts, the Facebook posts, and you can go back and if you decipher the coding there, you can interpret what accounts those came from, what were those posts. They're all gone. I mean, so, the implication is these are just examples. Do with this as you want. And dutifully, every single one is taken down. And some of them, were misinformation, but some of them were legit. Like, for example, they had a whole page, a whole PowerPoint on here are the types of posts that are talking about the impacts of the vaccine on menstrual issues, right? And we think these ought to be taken down. Well, turns out that's absolutely true, right? How many people were harmed because they didn't have full consent knowledge about the stuff that was absolutely true because the government was censoring it, right? Legitimate issues. Life-altering issues.
I want to go to Tammy. Tammy, how are you? Sorry, before you go, Joe, I'll give you the mic as well because I know you've been trying to speak. But Tammy, I just want to quickly welcome you to stage.
Hi, thank you guys. How are you?
Good. Have you been keeping up with the files recently? I think it'd be good to, not sure if you're keeping up with the testimony, but what we could do is Justin, maybe you can give Tammy a quick update of what we've seen with the testimony so far, because I know you're going through a lot of clips and Slyman is working on the thread in the background. Maybe you can give Tammy just a quick 1 minute up. You watched it. There you go.
I watched the Twitter testimony. I thought it was interesting how, they're talking about the Biden administration when Trump was the one that was colluding with his administration was actually trying to get Twitter to delete tweets and shut down accounts and all kinds of, and they even changed the rules for him to accommodate him. But you have, Jim Jordan and other Republicans trying to make it out like it's Biden. So it's the, I think that there's a lot of projection over things that they actually do that they, try to say that other people are doing. So it's been really interesting.
Well, and Tammy, let me ask you. So I've actually been going over these Twitter files quite a bit and had Matt Taiabi in and was able to ask him a couple questions. And the question was asked several times. How many requests did you see the Trump administration actually make to take down content? And they actually, so how the process works is they have to submit to a team at Twitter saying, hey, we're looking for this information, and this information. Is there anything related to it, anything that we can get? Then the team gets back and it gives it to them. So Matt Taibbi's actually been asking these teams for that information, and they haven't really come up with much. There was one example that he put out in one of the Twitter file drops, but other than that, he said specifically that there really wasn't much and they were looking for it.
They're trash. Does Trump ever do anything through traditional channels? Never.
No, they had phone conversations with the people. They were in almost daily telephone conversations with the Twitter staff and trying to get them to shut different things down. So then it would go to their panel and then they would do their investigation, like Chrissy Teigen's tweet, for example. So since she called him a pussy ass bitch, then her tweet violated the 3 insults that then they were able to use that to delete the tweet. But I mean, they were in daily conversations calling Twitter. It seemed like they had them on speed dial or something.
Daily conversations? What the fuck?
What?
Yeah,
What?
No. Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence for that either.
Watch
Tammy,
the evidence. You can watch the testimony. It was on TV. I mean, it's not on now. It was like 2 or 3 weeks ago when they had
evidence for this. It just seems like you're throwing out claims here.
No, the staff testified. I'm telling you what they said in their testimony that C-SPAN covered. I watched the testimony of the Twitter staff of what they said, that they would receive phone calls from Trump's administration complaining, wanting different tweets taken down. So then they would have to do their investigation to see if it violated the Twitter rules. Twitter even changed the rules so Trump's own tweets could stay up. That is how much that they were, working with the Trump administration. So to say that Twitter, turned on Trump is just completely false.
Well, actually, it's not. It's actually not, Tammy. And there's actually entire Twitter files
we
dropped
can agree
about
to
this.
disagree. I mean,
No.
It's not about
you should
agreeing to
watch
disagree.
the testimony
No,
of the
it's not.
employees.
No. It's not.
They actually testified
I'll let Trash
to that.
respond. I'll let Trash respond to this. Trash, go ahead.
Yeah, so Tammy, there's actually an entire Twitter files drop with evidence where the employees were actually conversing with each other through Slack, through email, on how they could manipulate the rules so they could take down Trump's account, so they could ban and silence the supporters, to take down other content. Like, there was coordination. We actually have the physical evidence of this. So whether or not a campaign person or people within the Trump administration are saying, hey, we don't like these words, can you guys take them down? Whether they did it or not is not really the conversation here, because we saw it was actually coordinated. But we have it. Like, it's all here.
Well, I also watched the testimony in front of the whole. You guys should actually watch the testimony, other than finding your deep internet files that you think that you have or whatever. I mean, you should watch the testimony that they actually gave in front of the senators and other people that
literally
keep
evidence.
interrupting.
Hold on, Ian. Yeah, sorry, Tammy. Yeah. So Ian, I'll just let Tammy finish off, and I'll let you respond.
I was respectful of you and let you speak, so you can let me speak. Or are we going to play this game that you're going to talk over me?
All good, Tammy. All good. No, Mike is yours.
You guys should actually watch the testimony of the employees where all of the different senators and congresspeople from our government actually asked them questions. You guys should actually do your due diligence to watch the testimony that was given, other than just seeking things out on the internet, and you might learn some other things. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts, Tammy. My connection did drop in and out, so I didn't hear all the points. If I did miss something, I apologize. But Ian or Justin, I think you're responding. Emergent, I know you've been waiting for a while.
I've just got a great clip. We've been playing a lot of Taiabi. Let's go to Shellenberger. Just a minute and a half. Please. Here you go.
I've never worked on an issue where so frequently while doing it, I just had chills go up my spine because of what I was seeing happening. I never thought in my own country that freedom of speech would be threatened in this way. And it's just frightening when you get into it. The most recent, our most recent discoveries, I mean, I think you understand the process, is that we first raised a bunch of concerns around the way Twitter pre-Elon Musk was censoring people and creating blacklists. Very quickly, we discovered that we had FBI agents basically, and other government officials, demanding that Twitter take certain actions. We now know that the Department of Homeland Services, which has had Security. Sorry, it's the Department of Homeland Security. Had to try to create a disinformation board. That went away after public backlash, but we now realize that they have this other enterprise, and they've been building out basically mechanisms to proliferate a censorship industrial complex around the country to censor on a whole range of issues. And so you've seen this censorship industry go from, well, we're just fighting ISIS, to, well, we're just fighting Russian disinformation bots, to, well, now we need to fight domestic misinformation, which is just saying we need to fight against people who are saying things we disagree with online. That's all that means. And I mean, it's not a slippery slope. It's an immediate leap into a terrifying mechanism that we only see in totalitarian societies, of attempting to gain control over what the social media platforms are allowing. And so, for me, it starts at DHS, but we basically see almost every government agency involved.
A mechanism, a scary mechanism. I think that's an apt analogy there.
So yeah, that goes right to the Foreign Malign Influence Center. The DHS Disinformation Governance Board was shut down, and the Foreign Malign Influence Center opened up 5 months ago. No one's talking about it. I'm the only person who's tweeted about it. It's not on the news, not even being discussed at Congress today, but it's there and it's active. And they meet with CISA every week, and they have monthly conference calls through CISA with social media companies.
One thing that Tammy said, that she said it was Twitter employees that testified that Trump was on a daily routine call. It wasn't just Twitter employees. It was people in Trump's administration that were also on that, that also confirmed that Trump constantly asked for things to be taken down. And there's even an article in the Rolling Stone about it that I could also share with you guys. It was on both sides. It's not just one side.
Yeah, I said the admin too. Yeah.
Yeah, can you provide us that link there?
That'd be great. Does it make it okay?
I'll post it. It doesn't make it okay.
No, it's not
So
okay.
then
But
why
my
is it that
point
we're
was,
slamming these guys, these
it's
two
not
men,
just
these
the
two
Biden
journalists in Congress?
administration.
Why are we attacking them? Why is it that it's such a problem when Trump does it, but it's not a problem at all when the government is actually
No,
censoring
it's a
people?
problem when both do it, Ian.
And
Like
yet
it's a
everybody's
problem.
defending the
It's
government.
government
No one,
overreaching.
no one here on this panel is defending what Trump wants. Like if Trump wanted Chrissy Teigen banned, shame on him for that, for not understanding the fact that she has free speech and she can call him whatever she wants. Honestly, right? And so shame on him for doing that. But it's a red herring. It's a distraction. It's like saying, well, he did it too. I guess it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not okay at all.
Ian,
He's
if
not
you think
even
about
being
no
the
one ever
focus
said
of
it
this
was
how this
conversation
okay.
right
started,
now. He's
this
not the
started
focus of this
because
conversation. It's a
this started
distraction to
because
even
of the
bring him up.
Taliban, Ian. It started because of the Taliban, and now I forget his name, Mark whatever Zuckerberg, got a ton of shit for allowing the Taliban recruitment videos and tactics to go through Facebook. So they started censoring, and the government got involved. And as always, whenever the government gets involved, they overreach. They go heavy-handed to be safe, to get reelected, or for whatever purpose they do it. I don't think it's a coordinated effort to try to change the conversation. It's them trying to be as safe as possible, as they always do, and they overreach and they go heavy-handed. It goes back to the conversation we had last night about the teachers getting involved with what gender kids should be. Like, they're trying to do a good job, but they always go too fucking far when the solution is simple. Flag the posts. You don't have to censor people. And that's what always happens. People take power to an extreme in the government. But it's on both sides. We can't make this a left or right thing. It's both parties did the same shit.
Exactly.
That is exactly correct. It is not a Republican-Democrat thing. And for those arguing that what took place was okay, say if you're on the left and you're making that argument, well, just remember, this government overreach is unconstitutional, and it can be applied in the future to you.
Yeah, and again, Tammy, I can appreciate whether we agree or disagree politically. And the overarching conversation here is that there are government taxpayer-funded national security apparatuses that have a direct pipeline to being able to wage influence on these social media companies to say what is and what can and what can't be posted.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
What?
I was making the point that it was not just the Biden administration, like a lot of people are trying to say. I was simply pointing out that Trump's administration was doing it too. I don't condone any administration doing that. That was all I was trying to say. So please, nobody try to misconstrue what I was trying to convey. I was simply pointing out Trump's administration was doing it also, but Jim Jordan, who is my opponent, by the way, is trying to make this out like it is a Biden administration problem and not even addressing that Trump's administration was doing those things. So that's the only point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. But what I'm saying specifically is that at the retail political level, yes, I get that. I understand that. What I'm saying is that this is a far more egregious thing going on here than either side, Democrats or Republicans, asking to get stuff taken down. This is basically a machine that has industrialized censorship by the taxpayer dollar, regardless if it's right or left. And they had absolute control. And we just went through this, how they even set up a Slack channel so they could all coordinate together to determine what they're going to have taken down and do all these things. So at a retail politic level, yes, I understand. But this is way bigger than that. And so maybe we should.
I also have a problem with Elon Musk because, so for me watching the Twitter testimony, I got a better understanding of how they do manipulate the system in terms of promoting accounts or dispromoting other accounts. And I've noticed a change in my own account since Elon Musk has taken over. I noticed a drop in my, not just followers, which I understand some people left, but also just my posts in general. So, and then I see Jim Jordan and Marjorie Taylor Greene's accounts constantly in my face and being promoted to follow them all the time. So, there's something to be said about that as well. And, I don't think that it's right to, have someone who has such power over a social media platform to then sway it towards left or right. And so for him to be able to do that, I don't think is right either. So, I mean,
I
we
don't think
really
he's doing
need
that.
to
I don't
have.
think he's doing that on purpose. I think a lot of people here, even in
Oh, I
this
think
room.
he's doing it on purpose, but that's
No,
like,
I
I
don't
mean,
think so. The reason why I'm saying that,
we
why I'm
can agree
disagreeing
to
with you.
disagree.
I'll take this one, Ian. I'll take this. I like. So, Tammy, it's an interesting point. I'm just trying to. Oh, Ian,
I'm just
so
saying,
waiting,
Can I
dying to
finish my
respond.
point, please?
Hold on,
I want
Ian.
to finish
You
my
like
point.
Ian? You like my reply?
I want to finish my point.
Yeah, go ahead, Tammy. I'll let you finish your point. I'd love to respond to it, Ian, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Tammy.
We need to have some. I mean, the internet is something that has been completely untapped, and we really do need to have some type of regulation or something on the internet, because a lot of people, you know, back in the day, we used
Because
to have
more laws are
media
good, right? I
integrity
mean, we
laws.
trust the government to get involved in
Ian,
everything. They do such a
Ian,
tremendously
we
good
used
job
to have.
Tammy,
regulating everything. You know, I
hold on,
mean,
Ian.
we haven't seen them fuck up anytime.
Please.
You know, they're just perfect.
Ian, please just, I'd love her to finish her point, please, man. And I'll respond. You got the chance to respond right after me. Go ahead, Tammy. I'll let you finish your point because I want to respond to Elon's point as well.
Thank you. So back in the day, we used to have media integrity laws where it was information based on facts, and they're used to have equal representation. And nowadays, everything is so opinionated, whether it's Tucker Carlson or, you know, I don't know, Don Lemon or someone on CNN or whatever. Everything
But
is
isn't that just free speech?
But
isn't
people
that,
are
Tammy,
not
free
even
speech?
watching. Hold on. People are not even watching the news anymore. They do not know what news station or source is even credible anymore. So people are getting their information and news from the internet. They're getting it from social media
so Tammy,
and everything.
I'm just going to jump in, not to be rude, just because I know there's a few hands up. I want to really address quickly the first point you made about Elon. It's an interesting observation, and we had someone on stage earlier that comes on the stage all the time. Brian Krasenstein and his brother Ed was in the audience. So the Krasensteins came in. They were unsuspended by obviously the Elon's Twitter. And they blew up. They get, if you look at their account now, they're getting hundreds of thousands per tweet. I remember the early days, I would laugh at them, how little their impressions were. I would joke at them. And then they started just blowing up. Now they're reaching millions of people per impression, per tweet multiple times a day. And one of the most popular accounts on the entire platform. And they're obviously more liberal. So that's just an example of the algorithm not really favoring one side or the other. There are other examples, but they're probably the biggest one that I've seen. So I just think
Mario, the counterexample that I was trying to bring up is that there are a lot of conservatives that I know who are complaining that they're being censored. They think that they're being censored. They think that, their reach has dropped off. I mean, Cat Turd, for example, I don't like the guy very much, but he pointed out, he showed some data showing that his engagement has actually significantly dropped since Elon took over. And he was calling out Elon. And so, it's all across the board. The algorithm's messed up right now. That's just a plain and simple fact.
And
so
we had the what was the space? Who do we have on the space where we visited Elon and visited the Twitter office?
Dave Rubin.
Rubin.
Yeah.
So we had Rubin report on the space where he had a talk. He asked Elon, he's like, hey, is there anyone I can't speak to, or is there anything I'm not allowed to share? He's like, as long as it's true, you can share it. So he gave him a blank check, share anything you like, and he came back and explained the difficulties they're facing, and there was nothing to indicate there was any bias. I'm sure there's bias. Now, the other point you made, Tammy, that I agree with, and I've been not vocal, but I've said this before, is that concentration of power is never good. And no one's immune to that. Doesn't mean, even if it's an incredibly good person, because eventually that person could be replaced by someone else, or I'm sure they've got their own biases. The good thing, the reason I don't criticize Elon on this, on having so much influence over a platform like Twitter, not because he's a great guy, not because his intentions are good, because he is looking at decentralizing it. So he's got on his roadmap, it's heading towards decentralization, and community notes is an example of this. So that's why I'm not as worried I'm not dismissing your worry, and a concentration of power is what leads to censorship, but I'm not too worried because the path that they're on right now is towards more decentralization. But I know there's a few more hands that are up, and
Mario, let me introduce.
Go ahead, man.
Let me introduce Bricksuit here. Bricksuit, you guys know, I was at CPAC last week and I saw him hanging out. I think we shook hands briefly. I've seen him over the last decade. You'll see him very notably because he has this brick suit, a very issue-oriented guy. But Brick, tell us your thoughts on this issue, what you're seeing.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I want to start out, lately when I've joined these spaces, I've had problems getting cut off after an amount of time. So if I get cut off here, It's the Android app. It's nobody censoring me. I want to get that out of the way. That being said, on this issue of censorship, there's, clearly what we're seeing today is they're knowingly censoring the truth at times when they're talking about things that will promote vaccine hesitancy, even if they're factual. That to me is extremely, extremely disturbing. On some other things, they've always had the wiggle room of, oh, it's possibly misinformation. Oh, it's not confirmed. But here we have, evidence presented that they know something to be true, and yet they are censoring it.
I think that's the pause he's talking about.
There you go. Yeah,
I didn't know that was a thing. Apparently,
it is.
That's crazy.
Do you want to go to Piotr quickly while waiting for him to come back?
Hey, on Brick, I think it's coming. They'll give you 2 seconds, Brick. 1, 2. Are you back, Brick? Okay. Emerging.
We'll go to Piotr.
Oh.
No,
Emerging.
Okay, Emerging's been waiting for a while.
Yeah.
Emerging, then we go to Piotr. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So I've got a few comments on here. What I'd like to kind of take a step back. I think the overarching theme we see here with all of this, with the Twitter files and what we're learning about the disinformation industrial complex and the way the political discussion has devolved, I think we're, as Western civilization, we're at the tail end of a cycle where the public opinion consensus making apparatus, if you will, is undergoing a very rapid change. And I think you kind of see two phases of it. First is the arrival of the internet and the early internet apps in the late 90s, early 2000s. But then you kind of see a second phase of it when we hit the late 2000, like 2008, 2009 arrival of the iPhone and many of the mobile social media apps, where you go from the internet being there to it being ever present, right? And I think we're transitioning out of a phase in society where we've had broadcast media, academia, politicians, and certain institutional sources having almost 100% control over what you could call the consensus-making apparatus, right? What the narrative is, what information is put out. And inevitably, there's a concept in communications theory of gatekeeping. I mean, every journalist gets 100 stories, and there's only enough airtime to air 3 or 4 of them. So whether you like it or not, there is an inherent bit of power that goes with being the person who chooses which 4 stories out of those 100 get airtime and which don't. It's kind of an inevitable byproduct of the information age. Somebody has to be the filter. And I think we're transitioning from an age where a very small number of people get to be that filter to where you have a more open market of ideas, which is kind of good in some ways. We're getting to hear from groups and, I mean, even this Twitter space right now, this is now part of the consensus making apparatus. But it's also maybe, bad or in some cases catastrophic. I think there's a lot of, evidence that, some of the effects that it has on the mental health of youth and a lot of the woke ideas and some of the gender ideology stuff that's become overblown and I think is harmful to young people. There's a lot of evidence that a lot of that originated on websites like Tumblr. So I think the coming decades are going to be a reckoning with the new forces that are at play here, and we're already experiencing a bumpy ride, and I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. But I also think that you're seeing some of these institutional sources, like I said, the old consensus-making apparatus. I mean, nobody who gains any kind of power or influence or gets used to being a gatekeeper wants to give that up. And now what you're seeing, I think, with these public-private partnerships and all of this is it's kind of an underhanded attempt to seize back the narrative. Let's discredit anybody that's going off narrative. Let's discredit anybody that's not an institutional source. And I think ultimately that side of this, and they're transitioning from having a very soft, okay, I receive 100 news stories and I choose which 4 get airtime. That's a very soft way of exercising power. And they're transitioning from that to a very hard way of exercising power, actively going after people, actively trying, everything we've seen in the Twitter files with the FBI standing over Yoel Roth's shoulder saying, censor this post, censor that post. And like it or not, regardless of what you believe about the COVID narrative, it seems like the COVID was really seized upon as a catalyst for really pushing a lot of this attempt to seize control of the narrative back. And that's my take on this. And I think that's, regardless of which political side of the aisle you're on, we've all got to come to grips with that. And I think, what Tammy said with, well, some people are going to the internet for their information. Well, like I said, sometimes that's bad and sometimes that's very good and that's very necessary. There are real scandals, real people who've been harmed, that have come to light only because somebody went to the internet and gave their story. So I think that's very disingenuous to try and paint that as categorically a bad thing. I think you have to make a case for a particular instance being bad or being good, and trying to paint it all as bad, to me, really comes across like again, you're on the side of I want institutional sources to control the narrative. Even that pro-censorship statement, that's exactly what that side of the aisle believes.
I did not say that at all whatsoever. I simply said people do not know what news sources to trust, and people are getting their information from social media, which may or may not be accurate. That is what I was saying. I'm not saying
it turns out the evening news isn't that accurate either.
We do have free speech in
agreed.
this country, but I mean, when people are, trusting. I have a cousin who believed the bullshit about the vaccine and other right-wing extremist things about COVID, and she ended up dying of COVID. I mean, there's some people that
even right there. I mean, like, what do you mean the BS stuff about the COVID vaccine?
Justin, before getting into the vaccine, Justin, quick question. You did jump in and say something interesting. You said, what was it like? You said media's wrong as well, or something along those lines. Before the vaccine, you had that statement.
A lot of people yearn for the days when there was one single source. It was the evening news. Everybody watched the same thing. But and that now we're getting a lot of misinformation because people are trusting the internet. Look, if I trusted just the evening news, I would have myself, my family, my 5-year-old, my 5-month-old vaxxed up to the hilt. We'd be sheltering in place. This was the right thing to do. Closing schools was the right thing to do. Instead, I said, hell's to the no. I'm going to fight that tooth and nail. I went and found my own information. I looked online. I gathered people online. Turns out I was right on every single issue, right? And so the issue is look, we've shown again and again the demonstrable issue, for example, the Hunter Biden laptop, the Russian story, all this misinformation that came straight from the top was fed just deplorably at the mass media level.
I've got a question for you, Justin. So I agree with everything you said. Now, we tend to agree on most things. But I've got a question.
Yeah, he's great, right?
Would you say that mainstream media has more misinformation than social media, or vice versa?
I think the main issue with mainstream media is the stuff they do not tell you about, right? It's the stuff they choose, like that really doesn't need to be covered. We've talked about all of these issues now over the last hour. None of this is going to be covered very prominently in any of the mainstream media. You can only do this by being here on the spaces, being on social media, watching yourself on YouTube.
What's an example? So, just what's an example of this?
Palestine, Mario, East Palestine. Okay. The media wasn't covering it until we did, right? There's exactly. A handful of places that ran stories on train derailment.
But
blah,
they did end up covering it, and they didn't cover it enough. But it was still covered.
Them into
it was still but it was still
even got
true.
Attention to them.
He got more attention to it. That's true, but it was still covered. I'm not saying it was covered enough. Now, I'm not protecting him.
Here's the thing.
No. Even mainstream media. But I'm not here protecting mainstream media. Here I am disrupting it, doing a lot of work in the background. So I'm not protecting it. But I'm just trying to. It's just a good discussion. So and also not all mainstream media is equal, obviously.
It's not made equal, no. Of course.
Yeah. But just on that particular statement for you and for Ian and Justin, so with the Ohio story, it was covered, just not enough, and obviously Nick brought a lot more attention to it.
Yeah, after a day, they stopped talking about it. They're talking about a fucking balloon instead.
True. That's a valid point. Where are they focused? But remember, their main goal is to make money. How do they make money? Advertisers want as much reach as possible, relevant reach. So the media outlets want to get as many people on their platform as possible. And we've seen this happen time and time again, where they talk about stories that even they might not want to talk about, but the audience wants to hear.
Yeah.
So they give us what we want to hear.
The cable news media operates in a very interesting fashion, and I think Charlie Brooker, the creator of Black Mirror, he used to run a pretty good show on the BBC. I think it was BBC4. The show was called Screen Wipe, and he did one called News Swipe. It was several episodes, I believe. You should watch that. I think it's free on YouTube right now. It's called News Swipe. And he actually explained how the mainstream media works. So when we talk about mainstream media, we're not talking about your local TV channels. Obviously, they're going to cover whatever the hell they want, right? But the cable news networks, they run on a certain kind of, a news cycle, right? It's a 5-day news cycle. So after Friday, you don't cover very much. Even if something big, interesting happens on, say, a Friday night, they won't cover it because their ratings are just too low, so they don't even bother with it. It's very insidious, and the news, these cable news networks, they're chiefly responsible for the war in Afghanistan and the war in Iraq. They were the ones who drove the numbers. The support for those wars, which we later found out, especially Iraq, not so much Afghanistan, but Iraq, that the whole thing was, WMDs was made up. But they broadcast this thing night and day. They showed war footage, like endless bombing, like, America's Hearts and Minds campaign, shock and awe campaign, just bombing the hell out of these Iraqi civilians, mind you. But the way they painted it was in such a way that it actually made the Americans look good, even though they were killing civilians. Like thousands and thousands of people were dying. I know people from that region, who are completely upset with the way that mainstream media operates because they're able to, and this is something that Noam Chomsky talks about, and Bernie Sanders sometimes references it. He calls it manufacturing consent. And that's the job of the cable news networks. They're in bed with the establishment, government, military-industrial complex, and so it's kind of their job to serve as a propaganda arm for the U.S. government, right? And all of its moneyed interests. And you see this in China as well. China's more blatant about it.
It's not exactly that, Ian. They get a bigger audience by being an echo chamber, and that's been proven. And that's why these companies have become echo chambers, because their audience is larger. It's not that they're in bed with these companies. Those are their sources, because they're trying to be as much of an echo chamber as possible, because that's what gets them eyeballs, and that's what makes them money.
Yes, the incentives are not aligned. And before you go, Aaron, Justin, I want to go back to the question I had to you. So the question is, which one do you think has more misinformation? Mainstream media, I know it's a very broad, vague term, or social media? And I've got a follow-up question to that, or statement. Justin?
I think the better question is, which one has like more potent sort of information that is valuable to you, right? And I would say social media, absolutely, because the issue that you have with mainstream media and watching just the basic news every night, typically it's lagged, typically it's filtered, typically they don't give you the whole story, they don't give you the other side, they have a very specific narrative to push and everything else there. But when I go online and I see my brother or my cousin, I know their position already. I know their biases. I know what to expect, what not to expect, but that's up to me, right? And I can get my information more quickly, and I always go back to my COVID stuff, right? Like, it was supposed that outdoor transmission was a thing, that hospitals were overloaded all over the country, that quarantining healthy people, that school closures were the right way to go. The fatality rate was 3 times that of influenza. None of that was true, right? And we were saying that from March 2020.
It's a good answer. Justin, I've just got another question for you. Yeah, so for someone that's working 9 to 9, okay, and they work 6 days a week, they don't have the time or knowledge or resources to validate information as all of us can on this panel. What's the solution for them?
Well,
they say to you, okay, Justin, I want a source of information that I know I'll just get the facts, I get balanced facts. Where do I go? Because if I ask one person, they can tell me Fox, another person can tell me CNN, another person can give me some influencer to follow, and how do I know which one is the objective one? And this is me giving away my trust to a central entity to tell me what the facts are. And who knows whether that central entity will be true? It is. But is it? But true. But there was a solution for someone that's working 12, 15 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Simple answer to this, Mario.
No, exactly. Yes, I don't have the answer, and I don't have the answer. So just
if you're an intelligent
Mario, I come here to get the facts.
There you go.
And,
I'll give you one example.
Good answer, Joe. Ian, we got a shield.
We got
a shield.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We got the perfect answer. Yeah, Joe, say the answer. Say, Joe, say it again, please.
I come here to get the facts. I have changed my opinion because of this space. Like, there's a lot of things I disagree with, but then sometimes things just make a lot of sense, and I'm like, let me dig deeper. And they were right, and I've changed my opinion on things because I'm hearing all sides.
Well, and by the way, awesome. And by the way,
proof that
like
freedom of speech is the way to go. The biggest purveyor. I'm not going to use the word misinformation or malinformation because they don't actually mean true and false. They mean something else now. They're very slippery concepts. The biggest purveyor of false information over the last 3 years has been the United States government. So the freedom of speech, no, there's no but. You believe in freedom of speech or you don't. If some entity, whether public
I think
or
you're
private,
dropping out, Aaron.
choosing
I'm not sure
what
what's
is
happening
true.
on your end. Okay, you're dropping in and out. I'll go to Trash.
Yeah, and so I want to kind of touch on this real quick. So what we've seen out of the,
but do you know, Trash? Do you know where I'm not sure if you're going to continue on the point I made or a separate point. Sorry, just before I talk.
I'm going back to the media. Yeah, specifically.
So, okay. Yeah. So I'm curious. Yeah, I had a question on that as well. But go ahead.
Yeah. So what we saw had happened in the cable news, right? They brought a lot of their reporters home. They're investigative journalists. They brought them back. And they weren't really paying for them to go out and actually do investigative work because they were finding that they were getting eyeballs and ratings on these opinion shows. And so you have all these opinion shows that are masquerading as an actual news source when that's why they're not really telling you what's going on, because they're just doing what they can to sell, and they can pretty much say whatever they want or posit or slant whatever information they're trying to cover because it's an opinion. They're not presenting themselves as actually like, okay, this is actually what happened, data journalists. It's just a bunch of opinion panels. And so I think that's clouding the judgment of a lot of people on the information.
Yeah, I guarantee you more people watch The View try to slander Seymour Hersh instead of actually reading his report on it, right? Like, this is what goes on, where they take a piece of news, a slight bit of it, and speak very incoherently and through complete ignorance or through malice, try to promote a narrative.
Speaking of promoting a narrative, I got a great clip here. This is 55 seconds. Matt Getz talking with Shellenberger, talking with Taiabi, talking about what it felt like to be censored by the government. Hang on, here it is.
But if a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. get to decide what the truth is and then enforce it on the country and then punish and target those who report on their conduct, we are drifting more toward that. How did you feel, Mr. Taiabi, when you saw your name?
I was upset, obviously. I lived in Russia during the 90s and early 2000s. I was there when Putin took power. I was friends with a group of very brave, muckraking reporters in Russia, many of whom didn't make it. A few of them were murdered after Putin came to power. So I've always been conscious of how the risks that other reporters take in other countries are incredibly severe, and that's one of the reasons why I'm motivated to protect the First Amendment, because our country has the best protections for reporters in the world.
Short clip there. Yeah, interesting comments there. I think what we're going to find is I think this is still going on, right? The hearing is still going on. Maybe they took a break for lunch here. It's
adjourned.
1:00.
Yeah, it's ongoing.
Oh, is it adjourned? I thought it finished. Is it just adjourned?
Ian?
I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Does anyone, if anyone in the audience,
I don't know. It could be taking a break.
Yeah, let us. If anyone's watching it from the audience, yeah, or anyone checking the audience, let us know in the comments. That'll be great. But Sulaiman, maybe you've been covering it. You've been tweeting this whole thread that everyone's looking at. So I'd love you to give us an overview of the a recap of everything you've tweeted so far in that thread. And anyone that wants to look at the thread, let me pin it above again. It's on my profile pinned, but Sulaiman gets the credit for it. Jesus, everyone's pinning tweets. Let me pin it above. So yeah, Sulaiman, give us a bit of an overview. Then I'd love to get Kim's thoughts on all this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important one was probably what Justin played just now, which was Matt Taiabi basically talking about what distinguishes, or what he felt like distinguished the United States from other countries, and that was the importance of free speech. And so when that's being curtailed, or and there's moves being made to stop it, that's concerning. And the same clip that Justin played, as it carries on, he says that his concern is that this is just the starting point for something which is going to be much, much worse when it comes to stopping journalism and ensuring that everything is controlled by the state. And I think that's a valid concern. And I think that's the reason why we're having these Twitter spaces. That's the reason people are speaking out. This isn't a left or right issue. This is an issue of speech. And I think it's just a major issue. So I think Taiabi's comments, which Justin just played, is probably the biggest thing I've got from that. Smaller issues, not smaller issues, but other issues, obviously, the way the Great Barrington Declaration distinguished scientists as well as Nobel Prize winners were basically, their voices were stopped, they were shadow banned, and some of them didn't even know that they were being censored. And so that was another example of, and emails now we've seen where they basically have been told that they need to make sure that they go after these scientists to make sure that their voices aren't heard, is another example of free speech being stopped.
Kim.
Yeah, so I watched the committee hearing, and they're taking a break. And my observation is, and it has been the same thing with the last hearing about Twitter files, is that this is really just a mud fight between the left and the right. No one on the bench seems to be serving the interest of the people. There's no question that the Democrats don't see any of what has been unfolding through Twitter files as, a serious threat against the Constitution or against the people of the United States. And that is my takeaway from having watched the first half of the hearing. It's actually quite disappointing that those people who have been elected by the electorate are not actually caring about their constituents, but only caring about how their party looks in all of this.
That is not true.
So you're just saying, what don't you agree with, Tammy? Because Chuck seems to agree.
They blatantly were giving examples, for example, of how Trump violated and how he was overreaching and how his administration was overreaching and working with Twitter, the executive board of Twitter to get things taken off the internet and everything.
Tammy, before you continue,
can I ask Tammy a question? I think your point, Tammy, would be right. You would have some strong basis by your argument, because you're right. Trump was mentioned, but as Kim says, it was mentioned by the Dems. So if a Republican mentioned him and talked about the Chrissy Teigen situation, then you could have some basis. But what Kim's trying to argue is the left or the liberals were doing liberal talking points, and the right, the Republicans, were doing Republican talking points, and so you didn't have this balance, and not balance, but you didn't have this importance, which was that, we want to ensure that Americans have free speech. So do you get the point? And what's your retort?
Yeah, but he also said that the Democrats didn't seem to care that there were violations or whatever, and I did not get that impression.
They didn't. I mean, look at what Wasserman Schultz was saying. I mean, her line of questioning was simply to attack Matt Taibbi's journalistic career and his character. I mean, what is the benefit of that?
I think so. They're politicizing. I would say all Democrats. All Democrats don't care. Go ahead, Luis.
Thank you, Mario, and good afternoon to everyone. I think Suleiman made a very important point that oftentimes in these important discussions, our discourse is obfuscated by the left-right paradigm, and therein we wind up losing the ability to view the entire system and the complicated intricacies of free speech and the information environment. And so I think over the course of the past few hours, we've definitely covered a lot of ground regarding the information ecosystem, particularly the interconnections between government, non-governmental organizations, and large tech entities, and how that relates to free speech and the emergence of new ideas. I do think that it would be interesting to hear from Name Redacted and perhaps Justin and some of the other speakers as to where they see the DHS fusion centers fitting into this system. because that is one entity that I haven't heard brought up in this space that I think plays a pretty pivotal role in this conversation.
Yeah, so name redacted. I know that you were referred, but before giving you the mic, I wanted to just get Piotr's thoughts on this because I saw him give a thumbs up to Kim.com. So maybe do you want to agree on that point, Piotr? I think it's a valid point, which kind of goes with what Luis just said as well. That is just made into like it just constantly happens where someone that you disagree with politically says something, even though you agree with that thing, you want to disagree with it just to kind of disagree with that person.
That's like a low IQ
I just want to jump in on this then. I try to be balanced. Where do I sit on the US political spectrum? I tend to sit center-left, right? I tend to align more with the Democrats than the Republicans on certain things, but context and country depends, right? So the Conservatives in the UK will more likely align with the Democrats in the US just because of how more right the US is on certain issues, right? So context is very important. But I will always happily admit when I agree or am more willing to align to a specific point, right? When you vote, don't vote for people, vote for policies. So I will vote for Conservative people in the UK if I think that they've got better policies than, say, Labour or the Liberal Democrats, right? It's the same. So I don't agree with Kim on much, but I liked what he said just then, and I can look past our other disagreements or viewpoints on stuff to be able to acknowledge that I think he has a fair point, which is both sides have vested interests. Both sides are politicians where they desire to push a certain agenda or pull a certain narrative. But equally, I agree with the previous speaker, Tammy, who I think was, astute in pointing out that there are certain inconsistencies with the questioning that is happening. I'm against Trump being, prevented from sharing his thoughts, or people who are pro-Trump having, their thoughts shared on Twitter, because that can manipulate political engagement. That's not good. But equally, I do have a problem with Trump in other ways. So I think it's very much what you're talking about, who you're talking with, and then so on and so forth. So, I appreciated what Kim said.
Just a quick question. What's next now? I know that they're taking a small break, but what do you expect to see next?
It's they adjourned for, so it's going to be it's going to be a few days. Yeah.
Oh, they've adjourned. That's it. We're done for the day. Oh shit! I thought they were taking a small break.
Entirely adjourned for the day?
I think so. I mean,
Kim, Kim, did you say it was adjourned or was just taking a small break? Just want to see what Kim said. Because I know Ian, you said it's adjourned. Slimeman, you weren't sure.
I understand that they're taking a break. It's still morning in the US, so I would be surprised if this was it. But, I may be wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to imagine they're going to be going
name redacted. So you think they're taking a small break, Jim?
I think. Sorry,
no, Jim. You there?
I think. Do you hear me?
Yeah, man. Yeah. You think they're gonna take a break? Name redacted. I'll go to you, man. I know that you were referred to earlier by Joe. Agrees that they seem to be taking a break. So let's see. Because I think I haven't seen shit, to be honest. Like honestly, the clips were entertaining. Some nice bits and pieces here and there, but yeah, I just don't. I don't see anything that's. There's nothing game changing really. But we'll go to name redacted, man. What are your thoughts on the testimony so far? We haven't gone through it, by the way. We haven't gone through the Twitter files drop either yet. So would love to continue going through that.
So Lewis, what you said earlier, just DM me information because I haven't looked into what you talked about. But I want to comment real quick on Mario's question of, are we seeing more misinformation on mainstream media or social media? And then I want to touch on what Ian said and then what Aaron said. And what Aaron said, 100%, the biggest, in my opinion, in Aaron's opinion, the biggest push of promoting disinformation is the government. Okay. And now what Ian said with mainstream media, remember back Operation Mockingbird, the CIA admitted that, and Kim, you know about this, that they put their own people inside the news media. Okay. For decades, this has been going on. So what the problem we have today is you have a military industrial complex, the intelligence community and the government have been able to control mainstream media all the way up until modern day. And you can see this perfectly through the Iraq War and the whole weapons of mass destruction. It was under George W. Bush, but that is a perfect example how the military-industrial complex and the intelligence communities controlled the narrative through mainstream media. Why are we having these Twitter files and the censorship problem today? Is because now through technology, we have social media. The average person, either in the United States or globally, we go to social media to get our news today. Okay? So the problem here is the government, the military-industrial complex, the intelligence community have lost control over being able to control their narrative. So they have made a full court press now through various avenues to wage their war, their information war on social media to control what Americans see online. That is why we're having this discussion today, because no one really watches the mainstream media anymore. Most people get their news from social media. That's why we're having this problem, because they have lost control.
Well, and let's name redacted. Hold on,
Mario, just to let you know, it said it's concluded.
Yeah,
it said it's concluded for the day. So the hearing has been concluded for the day.
Okay, that's fine.
Ian, Ian would be able to go through the Twitter files to kind of finish those off as well. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Ian, you there?
Maybe you have name redacted. Read them for change.
Yeah, name redacted.
I just have a quick question.
Go ahead. Before you ask your question, Tammy, I just want to go to.
I'm into Kamala Harris here. Just randomly laugh for no reason. I'm sorry.
So I want to go to name redactions quickly. On the question, I want to give credit to the media. Okay, I want to actually just go against the grain for a bit because they've done a lot of wrong. There's a lot of censorship, and we're fighting against it. I'm spending a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of money fighting mainstream media. But there is a lot of journalists that try their best to do the right thing. They're in a system that's screwed up. But there's journalists that try, some of them get fired for doing it, but they try to get to the truth. And I can't remember, we talked about it in the space. There was one journalist who said, if I can't share, it was about the fucking Epstein files. And he goes, I was researching it. He goes, they were trying to censor him. He's like, I don't care if I have to die, but I'm going to get the truth out. So there are good journalists out there.
Well, Matt Taiabi is a pretty good example of a good journalist.
And he's an independent journalist. But there's journalists within the mainstream media. Now, a lot of those... Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't consider him mainstream. But I'm saying either journalists within the mainstream media trying to do the right thing. I speak to them. I know how they vet information. I'll tell you why. There is a lot of Twitter accounts. A lot of people. They just want to get clicks. Okay? You remember, Ian, we talked about this. I don't want to mention names. I don't want to attack people. But we've used an example once or twice where they just post anything. This we're talking about mainstream media being biased and being censored. Absolutely true. But social media, we're biased. We're being censored. We're being censored, but we're biased. We're corrupted by the algorithm because the algorithm doesn't really care about fact. It's moving in that direction. But you've seen how many things go viral, Ian, where they show there's someone just like posting a video where showing photos before and after, making it seem like the Ukraine war doesn't even. Jesus fucking Christ, the Ukraine war doesn't exist. And that went viral.
That's a cloud. That's not journalism.
I know, but I'm saying, but we're not talking about journalists here. We're talking about social media. So I'm saying
social media encourages a lot of bad behavior. I mean,
no, but it's different though, isn't it? Because you're giving examples of, Mario, is an individual.
It's not censorship. No, individual person. It's
so
an algorithm. It's an algorithm.
I agree that algorithm causes that, but when you post something, I know that you're an individual. You've got your biases. When you see my space, my page, you know I'm an individual. I've got my biases. But
hold on. You can create Simon, you can create an account. First, you can pretend to be a journalist on Twitter. There's a lot of Twitter journalists. That's number one. Number two is you can create an account and make it seem like a nice. There's a lot of these. We all know Rose Alerts, who comes on the space all the time. So Breaking 4 News or these guys, All Source News.
Yeah,
they validate information.
Like you see a lot of OSINT accounts that claim to be
that are not OSINT. Right? Yeah, that don't have that same criteria.
They're propagandists on whatever side, right?
That's what I mean.
Some of them have malicious, reasoning
that's what I mean.
Do these things.
Yeah, I agree. And I tried, when
Did you cut out, Mario?
Yeah, I lost him as well.
Yeah, he's not here.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about
what I would say to Mario what I would say to
the
Mario,
mainstream media in general, just sort of an overview. I know there are honest journalists that do real good investigative work, unbiased, let's say like Matt Taibbi or whatnot. But when you get the main talking points being, the space is going to crash. I just got a notice that Mario was having a
Yeah, me
connection
too. I
issue.
got that too. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna have about a minute, and the space is gonna crash. So
well, you're making a lot of sense. You're making a lot of.
The issue is that a lot of people get their talking points on Don Lemon. They get their talking points on
Ian, I'm sure you can relate to this,
matter,
Ian.
right? But yeah, we a lot of it is driven by opinion. It's not really journalism, and it's funny that the people who are attacking Tucker right now are precisely responsible for this this landscape that we find ourselves in, right? Because they're the opinion people. The View, for example, they were attacking Tucker Carlson for being opinionated. They called him entertainment, and yet every single day they masquerade as journalists. They're not journalists. They're a bunch of talking heads, a bunch of talking chickens.
That's not a news show. That is a women's talk show.
And yet that is where a lot of people get their news from. People get their news from there.
And Ian, I agree with you, because
people get their news from them.
the mainstream media, there's basically an agreement about the way they're going to process stories. You saw that in the very first Twitter files, where all of them, without fail, use the same lingo, the same language.
Yes, absolutely, Solomon.
But keep in mind,
and
guys,
Tammy, I believe your
being
perspective,
about PR and paid. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Tammy, and your perspective would be colored. Once you're on the receiving end of media lies and mass hit